For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first regular meeting in the month of August. Today's August 6, 2025. It is exactly 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please sound the call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon these, your people. Give them your wisdom and your strength. Bless now our leaders. Guide them and lead them. It's in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 250545, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item that has been requested to be revised on page 5. 250555, Department of HIV Elimination. Request approval of ending the HIV epidemic service contracts. The department revised this item to amend the dates of the contract.
All right, anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, Commissioners, any items on the consent agenda to be amended? If not, I entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended. The motion to do so by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be added, requested by Commissioner Thorne. 250580, discussion. Process for appointment of members to the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections in sight of recent court order.
All right, it will require supermajority vote, meaning 5. What is the emergency, Commissioner Thorne?
There are two reasons that this is an add-on item. First, the Fulton County GOP has been deprived of their selected board members on the BRE. We have elections this year, one that started yesterday for a Senate seat that involves Fulton County, that require full attention of the BRE, and it should be constituted by the members chosen by their respective parties. In the writ and mandamus, Judge Emerson notes that the lack of these appointments harms the election process and deprives the nominating party of representation on the BOE. Additionally, this item is an emergency given the timing of events. We have been ordered to take an action by the court. This order came down after the agenda was set in order to do what is required of us As a BOC, we must discuss this item at today's meeting.
Okay, it'll require 5 votes. And Madam County Attorney, we're going to be discussing this, I assume, in executive session.
We will.
All right. Well, placing it on the agenda just for, I guess, a placeholder until after we meet in the executive session. All right. All right. What is your motion is to add it? It'll require 5 votes. Motion to do so by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any discussion on that? Right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, with all due respect, I think because I did receive the email that this would be an executive session, I'm a little taken aback as to why we're discussing it when it's an executive session item. So in that respect, I would not be able to support it because I think we set a precedent, a dangerous precedent when we start openly discussing things that really should be executive session. Not that I will support it or not support it. That's not the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to make is I think if it is truly executive session, which the nature of the email that I received from our county attorney gave me the impression that this was for executive session.
I think that's correct, that it will be discussed in executive session, but it appears to me, though, that placing it here, whether or not we take a vote, but depending on what happens in executive sessions, I'm not opposed to it. We vote our conscience on it.
Well, here again, my point is
Understand.
a slippery slope.
Understand.
Either we're going to go by the rules or we're not going to go by the rules. We can't go by the rules according to certain situations. And so whether I'm in support of it or not is not relevant to what I'm saying to the county manager. Is this an executive session item?
I think I understand.
Do you understand the point
Commissioner
I'm trying to make?
Abdul-Rahman's concern, and I absolutely share your concern, but I think in this instance, I'm a little bit less concerned about keeping the placeholder item because depending on what you, what the outcome of our discussion is, it could be removed or discussed depending on the will of the board. So I
Okay,
think
well,
there is an
that
opportunity.
satisfies me. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ivory, you still want to be heard? All right, let's vote, please. It takes 5 affirmative votes.
And the vote is open.
No, we're voting to add it as, to the agenda as an emergency item to place it on the agenda only. Okay.
Okay, and the motion passes 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Did you mean to vote nay? No?
I do not want it on up for discussion. I want to discuss it in executive session only.
Okay. All right. It's added to the,
Let me just say this, that this is a legal issue that is not resolved, may not be resolved, and may continue on. So we ought to talk about it in executive discussion first, and then allow our attorney to proceed however we're going to proceed. So I don't think we need to move it as...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We've already voted on the item.
Okay, that's fine.
all right, it's added to the agenda. Continue, Madam Clerk.
250558, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have an amendment
Which one?
on page 7. Finance, 250564, presentation and discussion of the 2025 mid-year budget review. That item should be heard before item 250563.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
All right, anything else? Anything else, Commissioners? Not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the, today's agenda as amended. Motion to do so by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250559, ratification of minutes. Second regular meeting minutes, June 18th. First regular meeting post-agenda minutes, July 9th. Special call meeting post-agenda minutes, July 9th. First regular meeting minutes, July 9th, 2025.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250560, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Purchasing and Contract Compliance Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts with full board support.
Would all the members of the Fulton County Department in Purchasing and Contract Compliance that are in the room, please come stand with us? Y'all, the people that handle the money, y'all take all the time y'all need. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chairman. Let's hurry it along. All right. Whereas the Fulton County Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance is responsible for the countywide purchase of goods and services for all county departments and maintains a commitment to customer service, and whereas the National Purchasing Institute, NPI, annually evaluates procurement agencies nationwide, and its criteria are designed to measure state-of-the-art in public procurement best practices. And whereas as part of the countywide commitment to provide excellence in procurement, Fulton County has been recognized by NPI in the area of procurement, professionalism, innovation, and customer service. And whereas in July of 2025, the Fulton County Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance was awarded the prestigious Annual Achievement of Excellence in Procurement, AEP, from NPI. And whereas the AEP award is given to public and nonprofit organizations that obtain a high application score based on standardized criteria and recognizes innovation, professionalism, productivity, and leadership in procurement. And whereas Fulton County's Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance is one of only 13 agencies in Georgia and of one of only 45 counties in the United States and Canada to receive the award, and has received NPI's accolades for the past 26 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners honors the diligent work of the department and its high standard of excellence, and declares Wednesday, August 6, 2025, as Purchasing Contract Compliance Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award Day. Say that 3 times. Can I please get you to put your hands together for this wonderful team?
Good morning. I'm going to make this quick. First of all, thank you to the Board of Commissioners for the recognition. Also, thank you to the Board of Commissioners and the Fulton County Executive Leadership Team for providing us with the tools, the resources, and the support in order for us to achieve this award. And a big shout out and thank you to my team, Purchasing and Contract Compliance team. Thank you all for all that you do every day.
The next proclamation is recognizing City of Johns Creek Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne with full board support.
Can I get any Johns Creek resident who wants to come down here is welcome to come down here. We have some city council people here, the mayor here. We got former city council people. We got former commissioner, city council.
Hey there. Morning. No, please.
Okay. It's an honor to serve as the sole commissioner representing the exceptional and culturally rich community of Johns Creek. I have long considered District 1 as to be among the best in our county, and I'm pleased to see that it's recognized by others, such as U.S. News Weekly for recognizing Johns Creek as the #1 city to live in, which is amazing since it's a relatively new city founded in 2006. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mayor Bradbury and the esteemed members of the current City Council, as well as prior City Council members that are here today, for their unwavering commitment to public service and conservative governance. Their efforts have directly contributed to the recognition we celebrate today, notably their recent vote not to hold the millage rate the same, but to roll back the millage rate. It exemplifies a strong dedication to their fiscal responsibility and the well-being of our residents. Johns Creek is defined by its remarkable diversity of cultures, perspectives, and experiences, which in the diversity index, Johns Creek is actually higher than the city of Atlanta when it comes to diversity. This award is a testament to those values and the collective efforts that make our city truly outstanding. Whereas the city of Johns Creek, Georgia, has been ranked the #1 best place to live in the United States by U.S. News and World Report. And whereas Johns Creek ranks #1 in the United States out of 250 cities on the 2025-2026 list, which expanded to evaluate more than 850 out of the country's top cities based on how well they meet the living expectations of the citizens, which measures including home value, job market, desirability, and high quality of life. And whereas Johns Creek is also known for its low crime rates, parks and recreational opportunities, its strong sense of community, and top-rated schools. It's home to 3 of the top high schools in the state. #5, Johns Creek High School. #3, Chattahoochee High School. And #1, Northview High School. And whereas Johns Creek is proud to be one of the most diverse cities in Georgia, with a 96 out of 100 diversity score and over half of its population from racial or ethnic minorities, and nearly 1 in 3 residents of Asian descent. And whereas Johns Creek offers a balance between suburban lifestyle and easy access to the amenities and job opportunities of metropolitan Atlanta, it also celebrates the significant level of cultural diversity and making it an inclusive place to live for citizens from various backgrounds. And whereas factors into this #1 ranking were weighted in part based on public survey of thousands of citizens throughout the United States to learn what qualities are considered important in an ideal place to live. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton Board of Commissioners recognizes the City of Johns Creek under its leadership of Mayor John Bradbury and the City Council for its status as the #1 city to live in the entire United States of America, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 6, 2025, as the City of Johns Creek Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And I have Mayor Bradbury here to give us a few words.
I'm proud as a peacock. For those of you that don't live in Johns Creek, the good news is we have homes for sale. You should join us. And I want to thank council members Aramelli, our Mayor Pro Tem is here, Dilip Tunke. We have a former council member, Liz Hausman, and former commissioner. But we are very proud and very much appreciate this. It is not necessarily the government of Johns Creek that has made this a reality, but rather the citizens of our community that are outstanding. And so to the residents and businesses of Johns Creek, I say congratulations and thank you for all you do to make us great. And thank you, Commissioner Bridget Thorne, for this resolution, and to all of the commission. And we very much appreciate this great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Hausman. Former Commissioner Hausman.
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. What a great day to celebrate one of the newest cities in Fulton County, and that's Johns Creek. You know, I was elected for over 20 years and worked on a ton of projects. I have to say I'm the most proud of this particular project was when we created the city of Johns Creek. And to watch it thrive and grow really warms my heart. I travel a lot these days in-state and around the country, and everybody that I say, they say, where are you from? I'll say Johns Creek. And everybody knows about Johns Creek all over the place. And so kudos to the people that are here every day working to keep it such a great place, because it is truly fabulous, the jewel of Fulton County and the country. So great honor, very proud of Johns Creek. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Goodwill of North Georgia Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis with full board support.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, we were saying, who's doing it?
Yeah. No, I can do that. If I could get the folks from Goodwill of North Georgia to come down. All of you look good. You don't look like you're 100 years old, right? Good morning. All right. All right, I think everybody is aware of Goodwill in their presence in our communities, but you may not know that they've been with us for 100 years. And I'll share a little bit of information that you might not know and recognize them for the good work and the great work that they've been doing in our communities for a number of years. Whereas in 1925, a group of civic-minded Atlantans founded Goodwill Industries of Atlanta in a small house on Edgewood Avenue. Today, Goodwill of North Georgia operates 11 retail locations and 2 career centers in Fulton County, continuing its century-long tradition of service and unwavering commitment to the local community. And whereas Goodwill of North Georgia currently operates 70 retail stores, 14 career centers, a mobile career center, and more than 40 attended donation centers throughout North Georgia, employs more than 3,600 team members, diverts over 40 million pounds of material from landfills each year, welcomes more than 7 million guests annually, and has served more than 50 million donors. And whereas through its strategic approach of a job, a better job, a career, Goodwill of North Georgia has helped more than 27,000 Fulton County residents secure meaningful employment in fields such as forklift operations, welding, supply chain management, and highway construction over the past 13 years. Its 2 Fulton County Career Centers, located on Old National Highway and Metropolitan Parkway, have collectively contributed to the economic development within Fulton County. And whereas throughout its 100 years of service, Goodwill of North Georgia has remained committed to innovation and forward-thinking workforce development with tailored programs for entrepreneurs, high school students, veterans, and individuals with disabilities, the organization continues to meet evolving needs of the modern workforce. And whereas its strategic goals include serving an additional 155,000 job seekers by 2030, expanding its retail footprint, and deepening its sustainability efforts to further its positive impact on Georgia's economy and environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Goodwill of North Georgia for 100 years of unwavering dedication to enhancing lives and fostering opportunity in Fulton County in the state of Georgia, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 6, 2025 as Goodwill of North Georgia Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a huge hand. And I want to recognize their CEO, Keith Parker, who wants to say a few words. So.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, and thank you, Chairman Pitts, and all of the members of the commission for this great honor. You know, they often say, Goodwill, you know, we need to find the butter because we are on such a roll. Our organization, from those humble beginnings, just a few blocks from here, of a horse-drawn carriage, a gentleman was with a horse-drawn carriage was going door to door, asking for used goods that we would then turn into things to sell, helping people who face some barriers in life, helping them reach their fullest potential by the ABC approach of what we call a job, a better job, and a career. This retail operation has exploded. We're now bigger than Target in Georgia. And the funds that we receive from that retail operation, the profits we receive, has turned into the biggest nonprofit workforce development organization in the state of Georgia. Just in the last few years alone, we've helped over 125,000 North Georgians find jobs, spent over $100 million in that effort. So when you shop or donate to a Goodwill, you are helping not just yourself with a great new suit or great lightly used suit, let me say it that way, or a new coffee table or that sort of thing. You're helping fund what is now the most successful workforce development nonprofit really in the entire country. There's 150 Goodwill regions around the nation, and we are #1 of all those Goodwills in putting people to work and putting people much more meaningfully into working class and middle class types of jobs, moving more than 50,000 North Georgians out of poverty and into the working and middle class in just the last 6 years alone. So with that, let me thank my board chair, who's with me, Erica Qualls-Batty, and 2 other board members, Michelle Jackson and James Summer, as well as the entire Goodwill team for doing the great work every day to help move Goodwill forward, and with our great partner, Fulton County. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Shepherd Center Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Barrett and Arrington.
All right, well, we don't have a big and mighty crowd representing the Shepherd Center today, but they have been a force in the Atlanta area and really in the country, maybe even the world, for a long, long time. And I have a special place in my heart for the Shepherd Center because when I first moved to the Atlanta area, I had a dear friend whose family was helped by the Shepherd Center. And so I've known about it since the minute I got here many, many years ago, 37 years ago or something like that. In any case, we have a wonderful proclamation in honor of their, is it 50th anniversary? And I'd like to read it now. So, whereas on August 18th, 1975, Shepherd Center was founded as a private nonprofit hospital with the mission to help individuals experiencing brain injuries, spinal cord injuries, and other neurological conditions to rebuild their lives with hope, independence, and dignity. And whereas Shepherd Center has served countless individuals from Fulton County and beyond by providing personalized rehabilitation and medical care, and whereas Shepherd Center is a global leader in neurorehabilitation research and has made significant advances in facilitating recovery, improving lifelong health, and maximizing patients' independence. And whereas Shepherd Center has played a vital role in the community, advocating for accessible public accommodations and transportation in Fulton County, and whereas Shepherd Center led the 1996 Atlanta Paralympic Games Organizing Committee and founded the wheelchair division of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and whereas Shepherd Center's culture of hope, humor, and hard work continues to inspire its patients, families, staff, and the broader community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Shepherd Center for 50 years of steadfast commitment to its patients and their families, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 6, 2025, as Shepherd Center Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Marsh. I'm the General Counsel at Shepherd Center, and I want to thank Commissioner Barrett and the Commission for this very special recognition. While we didn't start in a horse-drawn carriage, it may have seemed that way at the time. We had a 6-bed rehabilitation unit 50 years ago, and today we're a 152-bed, world-renowned rehabilitation hospital and research facility. And we have maintained our central mission during that time of improving the lives of those afflicted with catastrophic conditions and restoring their hope and dignity. And that remains our mission, and we couldn't do that work, that very important work, without the support of a very generous community here in Fulton County, which we've always had. And we really look forward to continuing that journey together over the coming years, and just thank you so much for your help with Shepherd Center. Yeah.
He's going to move it. I'll read it and then we just all. Okay.
Okay.
Would the IT folks come down, please? I'm just going to say that they received an award at 4th place, and then is that it?
In the
Biggest county.
county category, whatever. I don't know how to.
Sure.
Tons of categories.
Sure. Hi.
Hey there. Congratulations. Kevin, did you get the CISA grant stuff looked at all?
Look at this team. Wow.
Marcy McCarthy.
The whole team. Come on, y'all. All right. Looking all spiffy.
To go after.
All right, everybody, let's move this along since.
Call our help desk right now.
All right, everybody. So Commissioners Barrett, Thorne, and I had the pleasure of attending the NACO, National Association of Counties Officials Conference several weeks ago, where our IT department, this hardworking group of folks, were presented with award for their performance, for their dedication, for their innovation to our IT systems. And so this was in the category of large counties, which is 1 million residents or more. That is the biggest category of large counties, and we were proud of all counties in the United States to come in 4th place in recognition of the tremendous IT work that is being done in Fulton County. So I want to just present this award. We got it when we were there in Philadelphia. I'm like, where were we? Just in Philadelphia. To our head of IT, who is the leader of all of the great work that is being done in this county. So put your hands together for our entire IT department.
Good morning. Good morning. Kevin Kerrigan, CIO here at Fulton County. I just want to thank the board, our county manager's office, and of course my wonderful team here that really is focused on delivering, excellent, innovative IT solutions, because we exist to support those departments that are providing public service across the county, right? So our goal is to put the right tools and technology in their hands to be successful. So when they're successful, we're successful, and that's why we're here. So very much an honor and a privilege. We look forward to climbing the ladder to being #1 next year, and that's our goal, and we'll continue to strive for that goal. So thank you so much, and we appreciate the recognition. Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue, please. Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 250561, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 12 speaker cards. Will the first 6 speakers please come forward? State Representative Deborah Silcox, Mayor John Bradbury, Councilmember Lee Hills, Brother Antony Muhammad, Matt Rowenzak, and Maria Guardia.
All right, speakers, come on up. Again, we have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes. I'll say 15 seconds, and that will be your clue to begin to conclude your remarks. All right, Madam Representative, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Pitts and Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm going to speak about raising the millage rate by 12.49%. As a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, I worked very hard to pass a bill several years ago limiting the increase in property taxes to no more than 3% or the CPI. This decision flies in the face of that bill to raise the millage rate to 12.49%. Inflation is still a real factor in our economy. This year, it's standing at 2.7% as of June. And just yesterday, on the front page of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, there was an article stating that 83% of all Americans are stressed over food cost because of inflation. This decision to raise the millage rate 12.49% at one time will disproportionately affect senior citizens and those that are disadvantaged in our community. It will disproportionately affect those on a fixed income as well. It will drive people out of Fulton County. It will drive businesses out of Fulton County. It will also affect and discourage those new businesses from locating in Fulton County. I can understand the need to raise the millage rate to keep pace with inflation, but certainly not at 12.49%, at one time especially. I hope that you will consider these thoughts before making your decision, and I appreciate your attention today. Thank you so much. Goodness gracious.
I'm back, Commissioners. Kind of awkward coming down here maybe to talk about the millage rate after such a nice proclamation was given to the city of Johns Creek. But I want to encourage you not to raise the millage rate, not to raise taxes. Hopefully you received the resolution of the Johns Creek City Council that we voted on unanimously, asking you not to raise taxes. As I was driving down here, I was thinking about what to say and have to encourage you to think about the idea of living within your means. You know, I think we all, through our time watching the news over the years, we see the stories where you hear about a movie star or a rock star or a famous athlete that in their older years, they wind up being bankrupt. And then on the other hand, you hear stories about people of more modest incomes that you hear about retire a millionaire. It's really a matter of what you're doing with the money. Fulton County does not have a revenue problem. Fulton County has a spending problem. And if I may toot the horn of Johns Creek, it's wonderful that we are named Best Community to Live in. I would highlight the fact that we are also the lowest millage rate of any city in Fulton County. And we have a lower full-time employee footprint. We try to do less with more. We try to manage things in a as frugal way as possible.
15 seconds, Mr. Mayor.
And try to be high results with the lowest tax burden possible. So again, just want to encourage you not to raise taxes on the good, fine people of Fulton County.
Hi, I'm Lee Hills, Roswell City Council member. Honorable members of the Fulton County Commission, as a current Roswell City Council member, I stand before you today to highlight the dire consequences of the proposed millage rate increase from 8.87 to 9.87 mills, an 11.27% hike that translates to a 12.49% effective property tax rise above the rollback rate. For Roswell residents already shouldering a disproportionate tax burden to this fully municipalized county, this would exacerbate financial strain, accelerate out-migration, and stifle economic growth at a time when neighboring counties are thriving with lower taxes and superior services. Let's examine the facts. In Roswell, with a median home value of $660,000 and assessed at 40% or $264,000, the current county tax portion alone is about $2,342 annually. This hike adds roughly $300 average per household on top of city and school levies, pushing total property taxes well over $7,000 for many middle-class families. Fulton County already claims 29% of a typical Roswell bill, despite cities like ours delivering frontline services such as police, fire, roads, and parks with just 16% of the pie. Our efficient $197 million city budget contrasts sharply with Fulton's bloated $1.53 billion, where Roswell receives a mere 1.9% in direct benefits, things like courts and health services, while contributing 4.6% of the revenues. Compare this to neighbors. Cherokee County's millage rate just 5.307 mils, nearly half of Fulton's proposed rate. Forsyth holds a 7.896 mils.
15
and
seconds.
Cobb at 8.46. I'll skip to the end. I just want to make very clear that, commissioners, you must reject this tax raise, this proposal. Prioritize efficiency, not extraction. We have people fleeing to other counties because of the costs that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I am Bob Iramilli from Johns Creek City. You just honored us by the commendation. Thank you for it. We also acknowledge your partnership with us in us getting that accolade. On a separate note, we recently saw federal government lower their taxes on Social Security income. They've done away with taxes on tips and overtime. And the state legislature followed up with giving the seniors a partial school tax exemption and returning unspent monies from their coffers. We followed the suit. We too lowered the taxes. I do wish you commissioners also follow the suit of lowering the millage rate from your proposed rate of 9.87. The reason is, recently a 93-year-old Korean War veteran, he passed on last week, but before that, he had moved from Johns Creek to Forsyth County. He came waiving his property tax bill. It had lowered from $4,000 to $1,100. Seniors are voting with their feet. We all know the schools are forecasted to close hundreds of classrooms. Again, we're going to lose taxpayers. And if your tax policies continue to keep raising these millage rate, we will see yet more seniors and more taxpayers leaving the county. My point is, why are we tempting these seniors and taxpayers to leave our cities into the waiting arms of Gwinnett? They're making Forsyth County the richest county in the state.
15 seconds.
I implore, last meeting, the City Council of Johns Creek, which represents 83,000 citizens of Fulton County, we implore that you reconsider your decision to raise the taxes. Thank you.
I am Brother Anthony Muhammad. I am a spiritual soul from man, representing the teaching of the Emily Chapters to throw up his wife, Mara. I was thinking before I come here last night, Mr. Pitts, I was thinking about Jose. I was thinking about Jose because I was thinking about John F. Kennedy, the former president of the United States, and those that were dying in Alabama with George Wallace. 1963, March. But you know, in 1963, when Kennedy got shot, what did he do? He had told George Wallace, let these dark anti-matter people into the school, or else I'll nationalize your National Guard and remove you. He submitted. Then in 1968, Martin Luther King had a friend, you know, Mr. Jose used to talk so much about on his show. But he went to, and they killed him. He went to talk about his people. Now, why do I bring that up? I bring that up because our people should not be treated like they are in that jail over there. They should not be treated with no respect on the street. You had a 14th Amendment, Section 1981, that said you could treat us like you treat the Caucasian. Miss Ivory, treat us the same way in public and private entities. But what happened to them? I thank the president, Mr. Trump, when he said the 14th Amendment about birthright. He didn't have nothing to do about no person coming from another country. It was for the American descendants of slaves.
15 seconds.
My ancestors that you know was all the way from Georgia to Mississippi. But these people who you find living on the street, we should have you more inclined to find ways with the city for money to help our people.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're in the next hearing.
Morning, Commissioners. Matt Ronzak, Fulton County resident. Here we are this morning having to even discuss the idea of a 12% or more tax increase on Fulton taxpayers. And it's all residents, really, because who would like to place a bet that rent won't go up if you raise taxes more than 12%? Would you like to take that wager, Commissioner Ivory? Because you seem to be disconnected from what the people are asking for. And that is no tax increase. You respond to the public's opposition to this increase by saying, we need to maintain constituent services. Well, we all know that's a lie. The county has already told us we can maintain constituent services at the current millage rate. And we're 7 months through the year with a planned budget. You probably couldn't spend it if you wanted to. The county has also said, well, I mentioned that. So why are those that are advocating for more than a 12% increase doing so? Do you believe you can spend their money better than we know how to? Commissioner Ivory, you actually replaced Commissioner Hall. And one of the reasons why she lost that election is because she was abusive and violated the law with taxpayer money. And that settlement was almost $1 million. The proposal that you are supporting today is a $78 million increase on Fulton taxpayers. So which one is more egregious?
15 seconds.
The public has said loud and clear they do not support this. The decision is clear. There should be no increase at a minimum to the millage rate. Thank you.
Maria Gaudio, Fulton County. Good morning, Board. Personally, my property taxes have doubled in the last 2 years. So this proposed millage rate increase of 12.5% is double whammy. This issue is the primary issue for the upcoming election cycle. An increase in millage rate would result, as Matt said, in an increase of $78 to possibly $80 million. And this would be just in case money because it's not on the budget. We already have the reserve available that is required by law, so this is totally unnecessary. It's also an unnecessary burden for those on fixed incomes, those who are 62 and older. In a word, by voting for this unnecessary millage rate, you are messaging to Fulton County residents who are 62 or older, you're no longer welcome in Fulton County. You're not wanted here. I'm sorry to hear that Marvin Arrington is in Martha's Vineyard today. A couple of weeks ago in Roswell, he told several of our residents he would vote no for this millage rate, and we need his vote today. If he were here to do so, it would make the race for commission chair a two-man race. Anyone who supports this ridiculous millage increase is tone deaf if they think they can run for chair in this election cycle, Ms. Barrett. Commissioner Ivory, you're sitting in the seat of the previous commissioner, Natalie Hall, who raised our taxes and doubled her gigolo salary. Please don't make me sing right now. Thank you.
Please note that I am present.
Next six speakers,
Please note for the record
please come
that I am
forward.
present and that I
L.A.
am-
Pink, Demetrius Brewer.
Please note for the record that I am present and that I am listening to all.
Just a minute,
And I plan on
just a
voting.
minute. Commissioner Arrington, hold on. Is he, he's present? You didn't call him present. He's joined us by Zoom.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Yeah, she called me present. She called me present. I indicated present when she called my name.
Okay.
And I've been here the
Commissioner
entire
Arrington
time.
is present. Next speaker.
Next six speakers, please come down. L.A. Pink, Demetrius Brewer, Chris Rodenbow, Paul Bolster, Julian Benet, and Demita Chapman.
So it is official. Mo Mess is no different than the commissioner before her. Hall, the only difference between you and Hall is you ain't chasing balls. That's the only difference. Other than that, let's get to the real situation that's really going on with the reason why we know that the taxes are really going up. Your sheriff wants his name on something. Well, y'all need to put it on the tax millage rate. That's where his name can go on because he's playing a big part of what's going on with the taxes having to be going up. It's sad that Mo and Dana and Ike Arrington is trying to allow these type of things to take place just and not hold him accountable for the actions of the things that he's done at this jail. You all know that over at the jail, they are tearing this jail up. You guys got a letter from the person that fixed the locks on the doors, and you will soon speak to some people that is letting you know that they have got instructions to keep this jail toe up so y'all can keep paying. So that's more money. So while y'all continuously to wonder where your taxes is going and how the millage rate continues to go up, put his name on it, and you have the answer. You know, it's sad that we continuously to allow y'all to build a RICO. The county attorney is involved with it. He has involved some of these commissioners. He has involved some judges. He has involved, Fannie Willis have involved herself. But there's a RICO coming down the pipeline. Why?
15 seconds.
Because you guys are covering up. Look at what RICO means. It's a organized crime. The RICO queen is best to know what it is. And that's what you guys are helping him do, organized crime. Okay?
Next speaker.
Good morning again, board. I'm Demetrius Brewer, security, street groomers. I just want to share with y'all that God say treat your neighbor as you would treat yourself. There's a bunch of people outside this building, and there's only one program up active. I know, 'cause I've been outside the building too, and I've been looking at this program, and only one program that's out there really working. These kids and these families out here with kids in these tents that y'all walk past every day, they need y'all help. I need y'all help too. So if I can come here and speak to y'all, I know it's a bunch of more who want to come in here and speak too. But what I'm really saying is pay attention to y'all yard. Y'all grass need cutting. It's a bunch of folks out there. You know, it's a lot going on. There's a lot of crimes out here in front of y'all yard. And there's only one little me. But I need y'all help these folks get up off the street. Me, I'm doing what they had to do. That's the only program that I can really speak on, because that's the only program that I see that's out there really active. But other programs, y'all really speak to these people about coming out here on Martin Luther King and Shirley, Clark Franklin, to get these people up out the street. That's all I had to say. Y'all have a blessed evening.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Rodenby. I live in Southeast Atlanta. I believe in this commission, there is a majority that shares my view on President Trump. I think his policies and leadership are having devastating effects already on lives here in Fulton County, and it's only going to get worse. And I ask each of you to do a little soul searching to make sure that you aren't intentionally or unintentionally acting as President Trump does, telling hardworking and vulnerable people you have their back, but behind closed doors, either selling them out or allowing them to be sold out to please wealthy donors and influencers. Commissioners, I'm here to ask you to delay the millage increase vote until each of you can provide clear answers for how you will use your authority to ensure trophy commercial properties are appraised in line with their sales values. The news editors at the AJC and many other reputable outlets here in Atlanta, including Georgia Tech researchers, all see a problem. We ask for an explanation. You owe us one, particularly before raising the millage rate, which will hurt renters and homeowners. We need these funds from these high-value properties to fund essential county services, in particular health care, at a time when Medicaid is being cut, hospitals are being closed down. We can do that by holding the Chief Assessor, Roderick Connolly, accountable. Please use your formal and informal authority. Commissioner Arrington, I hope you are able to see me. You interrupted public comment last month to say that I misunderstood the terms appraisal and appraised. I do not. We are not confused. I have printed off a screenshot from the Fulton County Board of Assessors website. Let's see if this is visible to Commissioner Arrington. 1180 Peachtree sold for $472 million, and yet it was appraised at $187 million. The assessed value, $75 million. This is unacceptable. That's $285 million of
15
revenue
seconds.
that is not being taxed. That means $1.1 million lost for this county every year, as well as City of Atlanta and APS taking a hit. Fulton County residents deserve real attention to this. Thanks for adding it to your agenda.
Mr. Bolster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of what you do. We're here again, as you might expect, to talk about the commercial assessment process or problem in the city. I'm not opposed to the county and local governments getting more revenue. I think there's obviously reasons why that needs to happen, to have a first-class city, a first-class education system, both in the county and in the city, a first-class fire department that can protect these high-rise buildings. But the problem is not all the revenue is put on the tax base and is taxed so as to create a fair system of taxation. So what are the solutions? First of all, some people say go to the legislature. But I can tell you, I went there 3 years ago. It's a dead end. Our legislation got one person to show up at a tiny little hearing, and that's all we got. They're not going to deal with this issue. So this issue has to be dealt with by the county commission. I think it's a good step, solutions, that you have an outside counsel that can go and defend the assessments the county makes in court. They can use discovery to get all the facts on the table. They don't even have to get the penalty. They don't have to take it to trial unless the facts show that they don't, that they can't win in that case. So don't worry about that. The second thing is you need first-class commercial assessment people in the assessor's office that can use all the data. They can use the data from the County Development Authority or the City of Atlanta's Development Authority. They can use the data that's in the newspaper. The company says, this is what we paid for the building. You ought to believe him if he puts it in he says that to a reporter in the Chronicle. So you need to get all the data on the table, and all the
15 seconds.
taxpayers need to pay their fair share. And I hope the commission really acts on this to do something that changes the way we do taxes in the county. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for putting a discussion of appointing outside counsel for these commercial appraisals on your agenda today. Trophy appraisals are broken. Take the new QTS data center. QTS, applying for a tax break that they didn't get, said its tax would be $15 million a year. Its actual tax, thanks to misappraisal, is just 10% of that. That's $14 million that should be flowing to y'all, to the city and the schools that they're not getting. Now, if you don't believe me, I challenge Mr. Conley to get in a room with me and let's have a debate, and I'll bring the receipts. I can bring the press releases from Cousins, who said they spent $300 million to buy 725 Ponce and another $4 million for a development option on 715. There's no question it's a $300 million project, and it should be taxed at $300, and it's not, and therefore we're losing money. Chris Rodenbohr has mentioned the 1085, the King and Spalding building. It goes on and on. Your outside counsel idea is great, but it won't work by itself. You have to make a change in the appraiser staff so that you have people who are good at trophy appraisals, who understand those segments, data centers, hotels, the fancy offices, and then working together with expert counsel, and you're going to have to pay them well enough that they are expert counsel, you're going to start to see the revenue flowing. And I've said it's $500 million, and I'm sticking to it. It's $500 million.
15 seconds.
And thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, Commission. My name is Demita Chapman. I'm here representing as the taxpayers and for Citizens for Excellent and Elected Leaders. I'm standing before you guys, and I'm going to ask you again, please put a pause on your tax hike, please. I want each one of you guys to search your heart. I want the ones that voted for it to search your heart. Let's think about the people that food is going up, mortgage rent is going up, people that can't survive. You might can pay your rent. You might can pay your bills. You might even can wear the red bottom shoes and all, but everybody can't do that. So I want you to look at that and, again, look at the tax. Let me say this. Sometimes people get it confused. Fulton County do not cover the fire and the police. Cities does that. The only thing that Fulton County covers is the mental, the health, and Charlie Brown Airport. They don't fund with their taxes the police or the fire. Now, I can stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but each city does that. So what I'm asking you to do is please search your heart. I'm glad that my commissioner said that he was here on Zoom, but he's in Martha Vineyard. I ain't feeling that. I'm not feeling that because I thought I was going to get to see him today because last month I was here and I made a post and he come back after me. I understand. I stand strong on what I believe in. I am not going to be moved by any of you guys, but I'm going to ask the four that voted for this tax. I know you're on the ballot. Vote no, because I'll be the first one to make sure that you won't get elected. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Nancy Saunders, and what I wanted to do was make the numbers real for you so you would understand as a retiree what has happened to me and what I'm facing as a Fulton County taxpayer. So in 2002, I bought the house next to a one-story ranch. I'm in Buckhead. I bought a one-story ranch house next to my parents so I could help them as they grew older. Realized that would make them crazy if I lived next door to them. But in 2012, I was able to, now keep in mind I have a mortgage. In 2012, I bought their house so they could go to a retirement community. My dad had Alzheimer's, he had Parkinson's. My mom had some mild dementia, but anyway, I had the great privilege of being able to help them. I was able to pay both houses off. Again, it's the same house next door to each other. They're one-story ranch. By 2015, I was able to pay both of the houses off, but my parents were still in retirement. But what happened then, so this past, I guess it was whenever we got our assessments, the same house, my house, and I've got the homestead exemption, my house was appraised at $100,000 more than the house next door. I don't have any rhyme or reason for it. But here are the numbers that I think that really drew me up short. I went and I calculated for those two, and I do get some rental income from that other house, but it's about $15,000 less than I do for Social Security. I just signed up for Social Security this year. I'm 69 because I had to. So, and I'm at the upper end of Social Security, but it doesn't matter. So I wanted you to understand the numbers of what I pay for taxes on those two houses. So for Fulton County, I pay over 8% of my Social Security income for those two houses. If you add in City of Atlanta, it's almost 37% of my income. So the reality is, as I was thinking about it, the reality is, I buy things and they are mine. I bought my home, but it's really not mine. It really belongs to you guys because, I have to keep paying taxes.
15 seconds.
And so I guess I really want to ask you to please remember that as you're making these tax choices, that you own my house, I don't, and that you're pricing me out of my home, you're pricing me out of my American dream at a...
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 89 speakers on Zoom.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Enough is enough. You want to raise the millage rate 100 basis points, which actually is 12.5% increase, added to our escalating home valuations, that could easily be a 20% or more increase in our county operating liability. Some of our esteemed county commissioners see this as building a $78 million cushion in county funds, when actually it's a completely unneeded seizure of taxpayer money. If an emergency were to occur, approximately 40% of Americans could not cobble together $400, and you want us to give you a $78 million rainy day fund. Sounds like you want to screw your constituents just to make your life easier. We need a rollback. Our home values have increased, but we are not receiving any additional county services. Why take more from us? On another issue, we deserve bipartisan representation on the BRE. No one is above the law. This board needs to follow that law. Appoint our legally nominated board members. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Candy Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Candy Muldowney from Fulton County. The gravy train is stopping. We have had enough. You need to balance your budget as your constituents have to do in their households all the time. The county has more than adequate reserves and our bond ratings are solid. I have wished I could just wave a magic wand and have a bunch more money to spend, but that's really not the way it works. Your voters work hard for their money, and we are one of, if not the highest taxed county in the state. Any commissioner who votes for this is nuts. You are going the wrong way. Give us the rollback we deserve. Thank you so much.
The next person to speak is Peter Corman.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Peter Corman, resident of Fulton County for 40 years. My twin daughters who grew up in Fulton County are also residents. One is a homeowner, one is a renter. All three of us in our families and my son-in-law are all impacted by rising rents, rising home valuations, and now when the county should be adhering to the state and opting in for limiting its tax increases, is considering a truly outrageous 12.8% increase on top of rising assessments this year. I would encourage every county commissioner to reject the 12.8% increase and in fact consider rolling back the millage rate and looking into every department where we can actually make spending more efficient. You have an excellent CEO and county manager who lives in Fulton. He was excellent at Bell South at making operations more efficient. I suggest very strongly that we look at Fulton County operations and see what we can do to make Fulton County better governed and less expensive so people do not have to leave. Thank you. I hope everyone also votes for the ballot proposition to reduce school taxes. While this isn't a Board of Commissioners.
All right, 15 seconds.
The ballot initiatives 776 and 777 to provide exemptions, partial exemptions for school taxes. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Janet Hill.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and this is to address the issue that impacts property tax increases, which is deed fraud. Most property owners and tax assessors may not be aware that the comps in some cases that are being used to assess values are sometimes based on stolen properties. The theft is regularly and intentionally originated in the tax commissioner's office, where once a property tax bill is paid by a non-owner, someone who is attempting to steal properties, the scammer then files an eviction for the property using a fraudulent deed. And that fraudulent deed is based on an inflated value. For example, there are 3 recent stories of this issue in District 14, which is Old Fourth Ward. We respectfully demand, we're not begging, we respectfully demand that these county officials perform their oath of office and protect our rights and our private property. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Stephen Poston.
Yes, Commissioners, I would very much like for you to vote against the millage rate. I oppose this because of several reasons. One is my wife and I are on Social Security. We had a 2.5% increase this year. And the second is that you guys are going to increase it by 12%. There is no need for this. You pass a budget based on the current millage rate that would suffice for everything that you need this year. This is just a slush fund that you're looking to get. Your credit ratings are excellent. You have a $239 million rainy day fund, and this millage rate is not needed for that. And it's going to affect people. Groceries are going up, healthcare is going up, all these things are going up, and then you're going to increase our millage by 12% when we get an increase of 2.5%. You're going to price us out of our homes. We're not going to be able to do this anymore. So please, I implore you to vote against this millage rate because it does affect all people in Fulton County. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Fawn Ortega.
Hello, yes, respectfully, commissioners. My name is Fawn Ortega. I'm a Fulton County resident. I just really need to say on the record that we are in a full-on constitutional crisis. And if you go by the 2023, there was fair trade. Tariffs have raised everything, and now there's uncertainty at all times. Just yesterday, Trump was on the roof of the White House talking about nuclear weapons. 0 trade deals have been made. This is setting a frightening pace in people's stressful minds. At our last meeting, I saw the government spend billions on furniture, an elevator, data for the government, 0 for the people. You have a chance to halt this and to save us by not increasing our bottom line and preventing this hike to our bills. The people are under attack. We ask you to save our lives during this lawless time. We're fearful. I can't sleep at night because our futures and our ability to have our voices be heard are under attack. I feel that not raising our millage rates or our taxes during this time of lawlessness is just imperative. So please do not do this to us. We are stressed and we don't have the proper health care to even take care of these stresses. I thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Charles Krieger.
Yes, hello. As a senior living in East Roswell, I'm going to call back to our elementary school days when we learned that one of the main reasons this country was formed was a revolt against taxation without representation. Please explain how our representation will increase concomitantly with the millage rate increase. My wife and I joined Kurt Russell and escaped from New York 10 years ago because of these kinds of actions where the government feels free to ignore their books and demand more and more from its citizens. And we see what's happening in New York. People are fleeing. In order to benefit from that flight, it would be wise for our Fulton County officers to make this a welcome place and not only not increase this millage rate, but decrease it, make it more inviting for people and businesses to come here. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Cheryl Turner.
Good morning. Thank you to all of our commissioners for your service to Fulton County. I'm participating in today's public hearing to ask that you not increase the millage rate this year. As you know, due to House Bill 581, citizens have not been provided an estimated tax on their property tax assessments. The natural result of this will be that some residents, particularly seniors on fixed incomes, may not save enough to pay their taxes at the current millage rate. Your desire to increase the millage rate knowing this is concerning, since we know that if seniors have not paid their taxes by the due date because they don't have the money, they are more likely to end up with a tax lien, which can lead to the loss of their home. To raise the millage rate with this knowledge is short-sighted and undermines citizens' trust in your leadership, especially given that county staff has said the increase is not necessary this year. If you feel the increase is necessary for next year, I encourage you to start doing the due diligence now to make the need for an increase to Fulton County residents clear, and we can have an increase next year. But today, I ask that you not increase the 2025 millage rate. Thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Beverly Crawford.
Good morning, everyone. As a senior who's not yet eligible for some of the homestead exemptions, I've been just placed on disability. I've watched my home value go from 250 to 432, and my property tax has doubled since I have purchased this home, which also impacts my insurance rate for my home. And I am now on a fixed income. All of these are shortcomings. I've just got the escrow statement that I need to come up with another $1,800 for the escrow shortcoming. And I'm trying to figure out where that's going to come from along with all these medical bills. So as a taxpayer in Fulton County and also the city of Union City, I am asking you guys, begging, imploring you guys not to increase the millage rate, which we already have home values up the wazoo, and you are already receiving increased tax monies. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Mari Wilson.
Hello. Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry, it's
Yes.
the first for me. Thank you for hearing all of us. I don't know that I can add much more than all of these brilliant people have. I've been here 15 years, and I think about how our taxes increase and all that, and I've yet to see an inner city road fixed. It's mind-numbing. I think the valuations of our properties, they have gone up quite a bit, but in some ways so unrealistically that you can't just lump everybody in because of the excuse me, maybe the place next door, there's a building across the street that's newer, but we're living in something old and worth a lot less. Times are tough and inflation's up. Again, so many more eloquent people have said it already. I worked in the film business, which is a huge part of the economy here. And I think we all know it's been pretty slow and dead for a couple of years, of course, because they're shipping it out of the country now. So all the more reason we can't pay. A lot of us are almost destitute and we're trying to recareer. My bill also doubled last year. I'm sorry, I don't have the bill in front of me. So yeah, it's just enough. We're broke. We can't afford it. And this is an insane increase. It just is. It's absurd, and you got to take care of us because we're in trouble here, and it's getting way too expensive. And I'm approaching a senior citizenship myself, but not quite there to get a tax break. All right, thank you everybody for doing this.
15 seconds, man.
I'm finished, sir.
The next person to speak is Robbie Caban. Robbie Caban. Okay. The next person to speak is Nadine Mello.
Hello, my name is Nadine Mello, and I'm a Fulton County resident. I'm here to urge our commissioners to reconsider this property tax hike. Raising property taxes right now is not just unnecessary, it's tone deaf. The county's own budget documents show that revenues are strong and property values are already overinflated. This isn't about covering a shortfall, it's about ignoring the very real financial pressure residents are facing. Everything is going up from groceries, insurance, utilities, but our salaries are not. This tax increase will only add to the burden for working families and individuals already struggling to keep up. And I'm not a senior citizen, nor am I on fixed income. Just last year, voters across party lines came together to curb the rise of property taxes. That unity was a clear message. Enough is enough. Moving forward with another increase now tells residents that their voices don't matter and that community trust is optional. Even your own budget materials acknowledge that property values are overinflated. And if you know that valuations are officially high, why keep pushing the burden onto homeowners? We deserve better. I urge you to reconsider this increase, not just for the sake of the budget, for the people who actually live here. Otherwise, who are you really serving and who is this city really for? That's all.
Next person to speak is Al Williams. Al Williams. Next person to speak is Alan Anderson. Alan Anderson. Next person to speak is Amal Mali. Anal Mali. Next person to speak is Ampero Jagwe. Ampero Jagwe. Next person to speak is Anita Gupta. Anita Gupta. Next person to speak is Ashy Reese. Ashy Reese. Next person to speak is Aria Fior.
Hello. I just wanted to say I've lived in the city of Atlanta for 10 years. In February, my property taxes went up $181 each month. Right now, my mortgage is 1/3 property taxes. We do not want this increase. And if you vote for it, we're going to remember this. We're going to remember this when it's time to reelect you. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Anwar Gaswala. Anwar Gaswala.
Good morning, everybody. The reason is for calling is the millage rate should not be increased. The property values have increased, but that have been increased because the people who wanted to sell the property have spent maybe between $100,000 to $300,000 upgrading the property and selling it. Our house needs that 100 to 300,000 upgrading so we can get the same amount. If we try to sell the property as is right now, we will get around about 300 to 400 less than what the property values are at this time. So hence the property value, what the county suggests or what the data suggests is just expenses which has been spent by a homeowner to just sell the property. And the millage rate increase is not warranted in my opinion. So I am asking you not to increase the millage rate as well as try to be less on the appraisal of the property. The property has in real sense for people who are staying has not appreciated that much. If you want to sell, you spend $100,000 to $300,000 upgrading the property to get your value. I appreciate that. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Audrey Collins. Audrey Collins. Next person to speak is Audrey Ford. Audrey Ford. Next person to speak is Bill Gione. Bill Gione. Next person to speak is Burdell Jackson. Burdell Jackson. Next person to speak is CKU.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Dear all commissioners, right? This raise of property taxes is insane with inflation being so high and all the seniors having a hard time to cope up with all the day-to-day expenses. This is ridiculous. I've been a Fulton County resident for over 20 years, and this will cause a lot of burden to to business owners, homeowners, commercial property owners. So if you want a big recession in Fulton County and you want to all lose your job next term, do that. So please do not do it. Okay, we have enough budget. And there was one commissioner, I don't want to mention the name. She said because of our jail system need to be upgraded and what have you, maintain what you have, live below your means. And if the prisoner becoming a burden, put them to work. We need more laborers here in this country. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Camille Sutterth. Camille Sutherth. Next person to speak is Carter O'Hare. Carter O'Hare. Next person to speak is Cheryl Turner. Cheryl Turner. Next person to speak is Robbie Caban.
Hello, thank you for allowing public comment. And just FYI, the process when people say to look on the site is unclear. For months now, I've been having to come in person to make public comment because the online public comment process is very confusing, which is unfortunate for especially seniors who have feedback. But I am speaking today to oppose the increase in the millage rate, specifically in alignment with all of the residents who have made very reasonable arguments, including the lack of appropriate appraisals on commercial property, the current fraud that's going on within the housing market that you have not regulated and in fact exacerbated the consequences to Fulton residents by inviting for-profit tours, raising the values, not warning residents, and failing to regulate the NPU system, which continues to be problematic due to the NPU listening to neighborhood associations that require monetary dues, which are a modern day poll tax, and leave out the voice of the true community collective. But further, I've commented multiple times on the animal control contract. Fulton County alone, taxpayers allocate over $9 million a year, which by the way, there's no time frame on this system online. I don't know who handles that, but we have allocated over $9.5 million a year that you have increased to County Provider Lifeline Animal Project that covers over 15 cities. And that money is not being used, taxpayer funds, according to the animal control contract. You have all been advised via multiple whistleblowers, staff and volunteers alike, that the animals are not being picked up. We have an overcapacity shelter that was full on day one.
15 seconds.
And you have failed to audit. And you are asking for more money when you are wasting. This is taxpayer fraud. This is taxpayer abuse. Stop wasting our money. Do not raise the millage.
Next person to speak is Christy Kwan. Christy Kwan. Next person to speak is Connie Mixon. Connie Mixon. Next person to speak is Dion Brown. Dion Brown. Next person to speak is Claudia Vanessa. Claudia Vanessa. The next person to speak is Donna Murphy. Donna Murphy. Next person to speak is Ernest Glenn. Ernest Glenn. Next person to speak is Georgianne Levy. Georgianne Levy. Next person to speak is Janae Davis. Janae Davis. Next person to speak is Georgia Barrow. Georgia Barrow. Next person to speak is Greg Malaki. Greg Malaki. Next person to speak is Jason Schaefer. Jason Schaefer. Next person to speak is Jennifer Freeze. Jennifer Freeze. Next person to speak is Aisha Wells. Aisha Wells.
Yes, hi. This is Aisha Wells. And I am on here just to let you guys know that I bought my home in 2018 and my taxes were maybe $600. In the last 7 years, it has more than doubled. I cannot afford to pay this now. So just imagine if you increase it to 12%. I am a parapro pool. There is no way that I can afford this. I'm barely able to make my payments that I have now, along with all the rest of the bills that I have. This is unacceptable. And you're supposed to be here for us. You're supposed to take care of your people, your citizens. This is not what it's doing. And that's all I have to say.
The next person to speak is Shari Marscott.
Hi, good morning. I recently bought a condo in Fulton County and I am very, very happy about it, but now learning about the potential increase has me stressing out every single day. Because I am not sure how I'm going to come up with the money. I work in the school system, so I don't make a lot. Could you guys please reconsider? Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford it. And I'm already having second thoughts and doubts about me even living in Fulton County and me even purchasing a condo. Please reconsider. Thank you.
The next person to speak is, Joyce Cross. Joyce Cross.
Yes, hi. I'm Joyce Cross, and I live in Fulton County. And I'm just going to echo the many dozens and dozens of people that testified here today that this increase is not bearable for most of your residents. And if you are listening to your residents here today, you will vote no to a tax increase of this magnitude or suffer the consequences at the voting booth. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Jeff Botch. Jeff Botch.
Yes. I've been listening to this. This is my first time attending. I'm a long resident of Fulton County. The votes are clear. It's insane that this many people are sitting here and you're supposed to represent the people of this county. And what I'm hearing is just atrocious. It's insane. So as a matter of course, I'm willing to donate a lot of money towards personal investigation of corruption in the county, as well as signage to prevent the reelection of all of you, starting particularly with Dana Barrett, who's up for election next year. And then the rest of you, I'll follow up after that, making sure that you don't perpetrate this continued atrocity. Thanks.
The next person to speak is Jerry Hill. Jerry Hill. The next person to speak is Juan Jimenez. Juan Jimenez. The next person to speak is Catherine Lewis. Catherine Lewis. The next person to speak is Linda Lee Britton. Linda Lee Britton.
Yep. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I just want to echo everything else everyone else is saying, and I do not think that you should increase those rates.
The next person to speak is Sharon Fulmer. Sharon Fulmer. Okay. The next person to speak is Mark Dunbar. Mark Dunbar. Next person to speak is Mary Lunsford. Mary Lunsford. Next person to speak is Mark Riley. Mark Riley. Next person to speak is Matthew Errett. Matthew Errett. Next person to speak is Ma Kelly. Ma Kelly. The next person to speak is Cornelia Krieger. Cornelia Krieger.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, hello everyone. I live in Fulton County with my husband. We moved here from the very expensive New York City, and we now find ourselves in the exact same situation with this 13% increase. I speak directly to the commissioners. I thank you for your service. However, the Fulton County taxpayers are not your bank. We should not have to pick between feeding our families and all the expenses that we have and funding other projects. The county has to live within a budget. That's all I have to say. We would not be able to afford, if this rate goes through, we would not be able to afford to live in Fulton County. And we love living here. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Maureen Gion. Maureen Gion. The next person to speak is excuse me, Nalina Wagner. Nalina Wagner. The next person to speak is Nancy Brockway. Nancy Brockway. Nancy Brockway. All right. Next person to speak is Pamela Scott Jundon. Pamela Scott Jundon. Next person to speak is Paul Barrow. Paul Barrow. Next person to speak is Shelby Bowes. Shelby Bowes. Next person to speak is Ryan Zanarski.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Just moved to Fulton County literally a month ago and very excited to be here. But as a lot of the other attendees have voiced their concerns, the affordability factor is something that I seriously urge the commissions and the commissioner and the board here to reconsider and reevaluate what the solution can be to cover the bases and to cover the necessary funding. So I strongly recommend that you please vote against this increase in property taxes for us so that we can continue to enjoy a quality of life that many other residents find appealing here. Thank you very much.
Next person to speak is Cindy Trapnell. Cindy Trapnell. Next person to speak is Sandra Elias. Sandra Elias. Next person to speak is Sherry Rigoli. Sherry Rigoli. Next person to speak is Susan Rice. Susan Rice. Next person to speak is Shelby Bowes. Shelby Bowes. Next person to speak is Tina Sheridan. Tina Sheridan. Next person to speak is Vivian Yu. Vivian Yu. Next person to speak is Wesley Hills. Wesley Hills. Next person to speak is Tony Serrano. Tony Serrano. Next person to speak was labeled.
Let's go.
It was labeled Zoom user. And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
All right, 71, we're good. Thank you. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, continuing on page 7 under public hearings, 250562, finance, fiscal year 2025 general fund millage rate public hearings. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 21 speaker cards. We'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. First 6 speakers, please come forward. Councilman Bob Aramilli, Brother Antony Muhammad, Pam Eckert, Michael Dvorak, Dorothy Harp, and George Freeman.
The councilman leave. Okay. Brother Muhammad.
appreciate you letting me come back. I think you didn't quite comprehend me a while ago, but I'm gonna make it very simple today. What I'm talking about is this millage rate. Mine went up with the city over 300%. But that ain't really my concern, you know. You got a dog pound on Fulton County, you just spent $1 million. They could have been able to help people on the street. And like someone said, you spend a lot of money wastefully. But where you should prioritize your interests based on the interests of the people. Now, this is what we call a tree of life. You know in your Bible, all the religions started under the teaching of the Emblem tablets, under Thor. This dark matter man, he was the one that taught us how to have love. That's what I talk about Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. They were working for the benefit of rise to condition your people that hadn't had houses in the city. We just started buying some houses, and then now we ain't able to keep them because of the taxes. And then in 6 to 8, he got shot. Then you had Mr. Kennedy get shot. Who talking for us now? We thought y'all would, Miss Ivory, Miss Rockmont, the 21st century out there City Hall. You millennium people, and you are maturity. Why don't we realize our people living on the street? You got DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. That don't even allow us who look like me, been suffering for 400 years to get access to resources, even money to pay for rent. But you'll bring people from another country, get them access to jobs, all in the government. And then I'm glad what Mr. Trump did by birthright. You Democrats, who started the Democrat Party? Talk. Who started the Democrat Party? Andrew Jackson on your $20. He didn't have no love for your ancestors then. He fought the Gullah War.
15 seconds.
He fought the Gullah Wars against your own people. I was among indigenous people. My family know they own land, but they ran them off. So I'm saying, do what the people asking you. Don't increase the millage, but do something about the poor folk that look like you, Miss Ivor, Miss Pitt. You, Miss Rockmont. Alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum, I say, may I get your hotel.
Good morning. My name is Mike Dvorak. I'm a Fulton County resident, lifelong Fulton County resident, and I'm opposed to the millage rate increase. I think that, among other things, you'll find that those that can afford to leave will choose to leave, many of them, when their costs go up, and property values will go down because of the added tax burden, and those that can't afford to leave because they can't afford to go buy another house, people who live in some of the poorer areas of this county will feel the brunt of this regressive tax increase. Now, I was privileged to go to a presentation by Commissioner Thorne about the budget, and I learned a lot. And between the areas where we could tighten our belts, as Mayor Bradbury put it, to save some money, and things like the assessment process where the gentleman mentioned QTS and their investment. A 1 million square foot data center is easily worth, when you include the personal property inside, $1 billion. Now, if it's not being taxed accordingly, the county is leaving a lot of money on the table there. So I would submit that we need to investigate these areas first before we come to the people and ask them for more money. So thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, everyone on the Board of Commission. My name is Dorothy Harp, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. And I want to say that at the age of 65 and above, we should abolish property tax for seniors. We can't keep affording to pay for this increase. I know you all make good money and probably don't care about it, but people like me and the others, we care about it because we can't not keep paying these increase in these millage rate every year. Y'all go up, but our check don't go up. Our checks stay the same thing, and we have to rob Paul to pay Peter. And I'm sick of paying the property tax on that house. I've been living in that house 40 years. I don't double time pay for that house. I don't have no children in the school system that use all this stuff, and it should be abolished for seniors 65 and up. Commissioner Pitts, I know you fit in that category, so you should be on my side and abolish property tax and quit increasing our millage rate on these properties we have in Atlanta, Georgia. That's what I'm here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a blessed day.
Greetings. Greetings. I'm George Freeman, senior citizen, basically a lifetime resident of Fulton County. I want to thank Chairman Pitts and all the Board of Commissioners for all your service to Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. Basically, I'm here today to, as a lot of people are, to encourage a no vote against the 12.5% millage rate increase. As a lifelong resident of Fulton County, my great-grandfather, Isaac Roberts, was the first train conductor and engineer on the first train from Atlanta to Roswell. He even carried a president on that train. So my family has been paying taxes, increasing taxes on property for over 100 years in Fulton County, back to the 1800s. We feel that the voters, the taxpayers, and the citizens have been really burdened with increasing inflation since COVID in 2000. They're really feeling the pinch on food, utilities, gasoline, insurance, and services, essential services. A 12% increase, along with the increase in values of their homes and the maintenance to keep those homes up, is an undue burden, especially on groups like my family, which is a middle income, lower income families, and people raising children.
15 seconds.
Just want you to really consider a vote against this tax increase at this time, and appreciate your time.
Next 6 speakers: Michael Gordon, Lucia Frazier, Maria Guardia, Larry Samuelson, and Ginger Bradshaw.
All right, while they're coming down, let me recognize Atlanta City Council Member Mary Norwood. Thank you for being with us, Council Member.
Michael Gordon, Fulton County resident for 30 years. I'm here to oppose the raising of the millage rate for the following reasons. The budget for 2025 that you guys put together of $915 million was based on a millage rate of 8.87. And so far, the spending this year, you're under budget. So you're expecting to have a surplus if you continue the way you're going. So there's absolutely no reason to raise the millage rate when you have more than enough to cover your expenses. The excuse given, or maybe one of the excuses, was the refurbishing the Fulton Jail and expenses for Grady Hospital and some other things. These are not valid because these are not for fiscal year 2025. So please don't use those arguments to justify raising the rates. And interesting enough, over the last 10 years, the rates have actually come down by 25%. You guys have made that happen, so thank you for that. While at the same time, revenues have gone up by 41%. So you don't need to raise the millage rate to get more revenue. You're going to get that by not raising it just because of people coming in and property values going up. So it's completely unnecessary. In fact, what you should be thinking about is how much can we lower the millage rate because we have all this extra money that we don't need as the tax revenue goes up. You don't need to have such a high millage rate. So please don't do that. And the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. This is not your money. If you guys want to spend your money, that's great. Go ahead and do that. We'd love that. But if you're going to spend our money, then spend as little as you can. Don't spend money you don't need. Stop making excuses and lower our rates. Give us a break. You're here to represent us.
15 seconds.
So thank you. Bye.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lucia Frazier. I do not support any increase in the millage rate at all. In fact, a rollback would be great. Like the previous speaker said, the county does have enough money to fund our budget the way it is. That was shown in financial analysis and other meetings. All citizens should be able to keep their money. The number one principle that this country was founded on is that citizens can make decisions for themselves, not have the government make those decisions for them. So we can get together as a county, we can decide what money we want to spend and on what. That's why we're here. Like structure, like roads and utilities, and some support programs for the less fortunate. But really past that, I mean, we don't need to that. I mean, you're already overdoing it. There's tons and tons of programs I hear about in the budget that maybe I don't support. And maybe if I keep more of my money, I can choose which programs I want to support as far as charity or art programs or things like that, that you guys don't need to choose to support for me. And to save some money, an idea, we can save several $1 million. All we have to do is stop using the expensive machines that we use for elections. Hand-marked paper ballots would save us a ton of money. And we can also go down to one election day like we used to. All of this would save us a lot of money. Some folks here said they were okay with a little more money, but I don't think they realize how bad the Fulton track record has been. You still haven't proven to me that I can trust you with my money. So I also want to thank Commissioners Ellis and Thorne
15 seconds.
for supporting common sense budgeting and for making really fabulous, informative presentations for us to understand the process. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Ginger Bradshaw, longtime Fulton County resident. And what I was going to say, I'm not going to say because you've heard it from 99.9% of the people today. Republicans don't want a tax increase. Democrats don't want a tax increase. So what I have to say is 100% of the speakers here have been opposed to property taxes. Extrapolate that percentage to the voters in the next election and evaluate how good your chances are. Thank you very much.
Next speakers, please come forward. L.A. Pink, Carmelita Beckham, Demetrius Bureau, Cynthia Pitts, Gib Green, and Christine Didra.
You said Ms. Ford?
Forward.
Okay. Thought you, okay.
Hello. Okay, so today I just bring forth that what I didn't say earlier, that I have the courage and the wisdom, unlike some other people on the board, to go to the governor and file a complaint against the sheriff for an investigation. Today we stand with an unmarked seat. Once again, he say he's on the call, but he's in Martha's venue. And if everybody paid attention, he was there last year around the same time. And here we go again. And he's probably there with his friend, LaButt, the sheriff, like he was before, on taxpayer dollars. Y'all ain't tired? Enough is enough. Like, when are we going to say, I'm not going to be a part of the RICO? Because when you know crime, you become a part of the crime. This is the reason why I keep throwing that word around. Because crime is organized. It's when one or two people know what's going on and something is organized or allowed to be done and knowingly done, a county attorney, knowingly. See, we can go back to when he swore in and we knew that he had swore in before his date that he was supposed to be here. And I keep bringing him up because y'all need to name this bill, this conversation y'all having after him, because he has cost y'all the most money. He has cost y'all the most money, and y'all continue to allow this to happen. And I'm going to continue to bring that forward so that Fulton County residents can recognize that he is
15
part of the
seconds.
tax increase. He's part of the reason why y'all even having a discussion, him and Funny Willis, of the tax increase. It may be more.
Morning again. I'm Burrell again. I just have a few questions, and I have people outside would like to have some good answers to it, because outside we ain't getting any answers. Few answers is after a year of being housed, they want to know is the vouchers is actually a lifetime voucher, or what's the expiration date on the voucher? Because you have multiple people that's out there that was in their residence, in their homes, that got picked up out the streets, back on the streets, because they said the, some of the programs they went through, they put them back out in a year, in 12 months. And some of them was looking for their second year, their second terms to be in their places, but they back out on the streets. They right up the street, they right down the street, in the tents. So I just like to get something to get to them, so we all be on one accord. And if there's anything that y'all can feed back to me on, so I can allow to get it on, is the voucher is a lifetime voucher, is what I'm asking. For housing, is it? Nobody knows? Well, thank y'all for y'all time again. Y'all bless you.
I'm not sure if it's still morning yet, or still, but if it is, good morning, either way. I just, I'm going to be real with you. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of people from every side, all walks of life, come up and speak with you all this morning about not raising our millage rate, okay? Despite all the division that's in this country right now, sadly, this is something that's unanimous with everybody. So please listen to the people that are here. And I want to say to the people that are listening to me right now, there's elections coming up. And if these commissioners want to raise your millage rate regarding things like not getting federal spending, when we've seen HIV grants come over the top with more money and other resources come in and not be able to define to you why they want to raise your rate, vote them out. I want to create an urgency right now with the commissioners and with the voters. If you're going to raise our millage rate after hearing all these people from all walks of life, vote them out. Vote the people in that won't raise your millage rate, that will look out for you. People that say they're for affordable housing, raising the millage rate is not being for affordable housing. Okay? It not only raises the property tax, it raises rent. I really wish that Commissioner Arrington Jr. was here today. I'd love to look at his face right now. In 2023, he said he does what the community tells him to do. Okay? Well, the community is telling you, sir, and the commissioners right now today to not raise the millage rate and to lower the millage rate. Thank you
15
very
seconds.
much. I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Last four speakers, please come forward. Tamita Chapman, Jewel Johnson, Victoria Sylvia, and Angela Jones.
I stand before you again. Thank you, Commissioner, the Chair, and the Commissioners. I'm asking you guys, please do not raise the tax rate. Again, I want you to think about the seniors, the young folks that's coming out of high school that want to buy a home and can't afford a home. I need you guys to look at that. The food going up. I need you to look at all of that. Search your heart, please. I'm hoping that my commissioner is still on Zoom. I just saw something come across social media that is a little disturbing. And so since it's out there in the public, I'm going to say something about it. If this tax meeting was so important into saving money, why would you spend $2,231 and some change, taxpayer dollars, to go to Martha Vineyard? I don't know if you're over there on county or luxury, but the perception don't look good. It don't look good. So I'm going to ask the four that voted for this tax increase to search your heart. And I put out last week, and I'm standing on faith on this one, that it's going to be a change of heart out of somebody up there. I don't need but one vote. We don't need but one vote to change the heart. And this was woke me up this morning after I decided not to go to work last night because I want to be fresh for y'all. Mark 8:36. What is it for a man to gain the world and lose his soul? What I'm going to say to you guys,
15
search
seconds.
your heart and do what's right. And if you don't do it right, we're going to make sure we get it right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I'm here today as an advocate. I am very, very disturbed that we are raising taxes on people, especially the ones on the South Side, when we have so many people over there just trying to live from day to day. How are they going to add on to what they're already struggling to have? And I want to say this. We are the richest country in the world. Fulton County is the largest county in Georgia. I want to know from all of you, because I've certainly been emailing and I've been calling and letting you know, why is it that we on the South Side have a food problem? We have people hungry. We have people on the streets. I said that to one commissioner, and they said that to me, oh, that was just a homeless person. Well, let me tell you something. They wasn't born homeless. I have been trying to talk to my commissioner for almost 2 years, and she has refused to talk to me. And I want to know why. You took an oath. You do not have the pleasure of representing who you want to. Everybody in your district needs to be supported. And this is awful. And I'm going to say this. The streets are talking. Change is coming. And I'm quite sure no one here is going to like it.
15 seconds.
And Medical Angels of Mercy, Miss Khadijah, it's not going anywhere. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victoria Salvia from District 4, Fulton County. To clarify exactly which individual proposed this property tax increase bill is Commissioner Mo Ivory of District 4, along with the support of the following individuals: Commissioners Dana Barrett of District 3, Marvin Arrington of District 5, and Khadijah Abidar Rahman of District 6. One must ask, why would these four individuals who collectively represent the poorest areas of Fulton County even consider creating a monstrous situation for many who are already next to destitute? This is slavery, wherein the citizens are forced under the threat of coercion, duress, or even violence to hand over a portion of their hard-earned income, or they will have their homes stolen from them by their perceived masters. A key component to consider. What is a right of an individual under God's law, aka universal law, aka natural law based on objective morality? A right is an action that does not cause harm against another sentient being. This concept of taxation under coercion, duress, and even violence is a man-made construct and is not a right of an individual under the laws of the Creator, aka natural law. For these individuals to force us to pay any taxes, nonetheless even more taxes, or they will steal our property, is a transgression against God's law, aka universal law, aka natural law, and is therefore immoral. If these individuals vote in favor of this bill, not only are they showing us that they do not care at all about what happens to us, our elders, or our children as a result of this tax hike, they are showing us, by definition, that they are acting immorally. In Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, he spoke of equality and freedom.
15
the
seconds.
Ironic fun fact here is that he was born and grew up in the area now known as District 4, Fulton County, which is Mo Ivory's district, who is the representative proposing this horrendous tax hike. Boy, have things changed, y'all.
I'm Angela Jones. And my concern is, and I don't know if it's been out there published yet, is I would like to see a graph made on the revenue that's come in over the past 10 years into Fulton County for residential properties and businesses as far as property taxes are concerned. Because I know it has to have grown immensely, the revenue that has come into this county. And it's just disgusting to want to raise our taxes by in excess of 12%. And I'm a visual learner. I ride around Fulton County, and there's apartment complexes coming up on every square inch of land there is. So the revenue had to increase immensely. That is my biggest concern, is just seeing it visually and seeing a graph of your expenditures also that have been made, have been put out over the past 10 years. So that we can see what revenue was coming in 2015 all the way up to 2025, so that we can understand the need for this increase in taxes. And also the assessors, I think that they sometimes unfairly assess your property. And I understand from one of the assessors that the apartment, the multifamily dwelling apartment owners, they get a bigger tax break than the residential people do. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told. And I think that is also unfair, because a lot of these people are very wealthy, and they get the break, but we don't.
15 seconds.
That's all. Thank you very much.
That's it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we still have 59 speakers on Zoom.
The first person to speak is Robbie Caban.
Thank you for taking the public comments online. Just FYI, there's no sort of structure on here, so people don't know when they're going to speak. That might be beneficial in the future. There's also no time clock on here, and this chat is disabled. I don't know why you wouldn't allow public comments in a public meeting via the chat. The two subjects that I want to bring up regarding this millage rate, which clearly everyone is against, is the current predatory investments in real estate that have not been regulated. I have emailed my city council, Antonio Lewis. I've emailed the mayor's office of sustainability. I've emailed my commissioners, specifically Natalie Hall, Marvin Arrington, and all of you regarding the lack of regulation that you've allowed in real estate industry. You have allowed the city to do for-profit tours, inviting investors, inviting predatory investors without warning the residents, that flipped these properties, that bought tax liens, the firms that are encouraging brokers, licensees to flip properties. That is against the Code of Ethics, which is very clear. It states, under all is the land, upon its wise utilization and widely allocated ownership depend the survival and growth of free institutions. We are not using our land to the highest and best. No one is regulating it. That's the first problem. The tax assessments are based off of predatory sales. I alone have had an issue for 3 years with the tax assessor's office, and all of my senior neighbors come to me to help them with comps. Then there is the waste in Fulton County. Animal control and the jail is a perfect example. You allocate $9 million to a county vendor who is not performing, who had no animal control experience.
15 seconds.
Keep saying going to do the contract. Are you kidding? Who will not take 9 million taxpayer dollars to take care of animals and do our field? Stop wasting our money. You took an oath of office. Don't be unethical. Do the right thing. Do not pass this millage rate and stop our money.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next person to speak is, excuse me, Alan Anderson. Alan Anderson. Next person to speak is Sharon Falmer.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. This is the first time I've been able to get this thing to work. So I would just simply like to say that since my math may be off, but since 100% of the people that have spoken today have been against this tax increase, I'm just trying to say what is the justification at all for this? I mean, no one has really convinced me that there is any justification. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. So unless the only thing that moves these people, the commissioners that is the thought that you won't be elected again, then so be it. But it seems like this is an awful lot of waste of time for everybody just to do what you knew was the right thing to do in the first place. So that's it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next person to speak is Amal Mali. Amal Mali. Next person to speak is Area Fior. Area Fior. Next person to speak is Ashy Reese. Ashy Reese. Next person to speak is Burdell Jackson. Burdell Jackson. Next person to speak is Beverly Crawford. Beverly Crawford. Next person to speak is C.K. Yao. C.K. Yao. Next person to speak is Claudia Vanessa. Claudia Vanessa. Next person to speak is Camille Sutterth.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I worked in recruiting young people to come to Atlanta to work. And these young people back then could barely afford their apartments. And some of them had to live way in another county. However, to come to commute is now adding another hour and a half or an hour to an hour and a half to their commute just to get there. So I want to get quality educators. I want to get quality people coming into the county. And we cannot keep recruiting these people if they are faced with just rising costs. So that's it. I appreciate your time.
The next person to speak is Ernest Glenn. Ernest Glenn. Next person to speak is Dion Brown. Dion Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. My husband Calvin and I, Brown, would like to voice our strong opposition to a proposed property and millage tax increase in Fulton County. And we urge all of the commissioners to vote no on this proposal for several very compelling reasons. One being, Fulton County already has the highest property taxes in Georgia. And on a personal note, we understand that the median annual tax bill is $3,847. And we personally already pay almost double the median tax bill. My husband and I are both 65 and older on fixed income, and we recently received a 50% notification of change in our home value. So our tax bill is already subject to go up 50%, even without a millage increase. So I would just say that as seniors, we believe it's important for Fulton County to have a major school tax exemption for seniors. We have not had children in school for over 10 years. And again, we just want to say we strongly oppose any proposed property tax increase, whether it be millage tax or market valuation taxation of the amount of the house is reportedly appraised at. Thank you.
Next person to speak is Diara Brown. Diara Brown. Next person to speak is Fawn Ortega. Fawn Ortega.
Hello, I'm sorry. I thought I had put my hand down. I didn't realize that it was up. I already said my piece. Trump was on the roof of the White House talking about nuclear weapons.
All right, thank you.
I think we
Next
should
speaker.
not
Thank you.
increase.
The next person to speak is Fred Meyer. I'm sorry, Fred Meyer. Next person to speak is Jack Ewer. Jack Ewer. The next person to speak, excuse me. The next person to speak is Jennifer Freeze. Jennifer Freeze. Next person to speak is Catherine Lewis. Catherine Lewis. Next person to speak is Pamela Scott Jundon. Pamela Scott Jundon. Next person to speak is Greg Malaki. Greg Malaki. Next person to speak is Shelby Bowes. Shelby Bowes. Okay. The next person to speak is Tina Sheridan. Tina Sheridan. The last to speak is Tony Serrano. Tony Serrano. And this concludes our Zoom public comment.
All right, thank you. That's it. All right, continue.
Bottom of page 7, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 250564, finance, Presentation and discussion of the 2025 mid-year budget review.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a brief presentation. If we could get it pulled up on the screen, please. Thank you. We could go to the next slide. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We appreciated the opportunity to brief you regarding the mid-year review in advance of today's meeting and wanted to walk through the presentation now publicly. This first slide is intended to share with the board and the public a historical view of our millage rate and our actual financial performance from 2015 through 2024, along with what the 2025 budget included. The synopsis of this slide is essentially that between 2015 and 2024, our millage rate has declined from 10.5 mils to 8.87 mils, where it has been since the 2022 millage rate adoption. That is a 16% change over that period of time. From a financial performance period of time, while our millage rate has been on a steady decline, we have seen our fund balance position increase from a year-end fund balance in 2015 of $156 million to a year-end fund balance at the end of 2024 of $240 million. During the same period of time, our actual revenues have increased from $619 million in 2015 to $879 million in 2024, while our expenditures have increased as well from $591 million in 2015 to $867 million in 2024. All of this to say is that we have generally done very well from a financial performance perspective. We've had a strong fund balance with the exception of the 2017 to 2018 time period where we had a what we refer to as the tax digest reset, which resulted in significantly delayed property tax bills with a due date in the following future year. Our credit rating has increased over this period of time, and we are currently recognized with a AAA credit rating. Next slide, please. With regard to 2025's actual performance, we have provided you with a projection based on two different millage rates. What's before you now is the millage rate that we used when we established the 2025 budget. And we will also show you a view of what the proposed millage rate at 9.87 looks like. So on this slide, with a proposed millage rate, with a current millage rate of 8.87 mils, we are projecting that we will generate about $930 million in total revenue. That is from all sources of revenue, property tax, sales tax, and other sources of income, including interest, commissions on property tax, fines and fees coming from the court, and any other source that really doesn't fall into that property tax or sales tax category. We originally programmed $915 million in revenue anticipations in the 2025 budget, which means we will see about a $15 million better performance in our revenues based on the 8.87 mils. What's driving that increase? We're seeing incremental receipts in the local option sales tax area. Those receipts are coming in a little bit better than expected. Plus, we are now receiving our distribution share at a slightly higher percentage rate, as those rates will ramp up over each of the next 7 years, I believe. And then the other area that we saw a significant increase in revenue is in the public utility tax category. And that is because at the end of last year, when we were finalizing the budget, the valuations had not been finalized yet for a public utility tax. So a temporary billing was done on those. And then in the spring of this year, early spring of this year, those bills were finalized and the billing rate increased more. Well, it actually increased substantially from what it was at the end of the year. And so those resources are now 100% included in our projection. So lost public utility tax and then a couple of those small other areas are really what's driving that revenue increase at the 8.87 mils. On the expenditure side, we have completed an analysis of general fund expenses, looking at personnel and fringe benefits and all of the operating lines. And currently, we are projecting spend in the $936 million category. That is about $54 million less than what our plan was for the year. The budget was about $990 million. So that is a $54 million underrun against our 2025 expense budget. When you put the revenue and the expense together, more revenue than we expected, not spending 100% of what we planned to spend, that means that we would expect to see our fund balance in the $234 million range at the end of the year versus the 165, which is what, when we adopted the budget, which is what the fund balance reserve worked out to. The $165 million is the 16.67% of budgeted expenditures. So we are seeing that we will end the year with a better fund balance position than what we projected when we adopted the budget. On the expenditure side, what's driving that $54 million underrun, I don't think is surprising here. We have about a 10% vacancy rate all year. So we are including now 6 months worth of actual personnel and fringe benefit underrun, plus a projection of underrun in through the end of the year. We have also evaluated each department's utilization of their salary resources to cover the pay for performance bonus that was issued earlier this year. Typically, we ensure that we have the funding available in non-agency. As we progress through the year, departments that we see will not be able to absorb it through their normal salary underruns. We will make a calculation and ship to them through the budget soundings process the amount that they will need to cover those expenses by the end of the year. So we factored all of that into our analysis. We do have some agencies that we will be coming back to you in future budget soundings so we can move the resources to cover their pay for performance bonuses that they will not be able to absorb through salary savings by the end of the year. We also have spoken previously to the board about this year's budget, including $10 million for potential debt service on a bond issue related to the plan for the Fulton County jail facilities. we will be coming to you in a future meeting with the results of the facility condition assessment and a set of recommendations. So at this point, it does not, we do not anticipate needing to tap into those resources in 25. And so those amounts are reflected as being unexpended inside that $936 million.
What are you talking about as far as paying for coming up here?
Commissioner Arrington, we can hear you.
Continue, Madam
Okay, thank you.
CFO.
So the $10 million for, that was set aside for that debt service is not currently included as expended in the $936 million and is in that $54 million underrun difference. We've also made some general assumptions around spending for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, that their budgets would be 100% expended in an effort to ensure that whatever resources needed to be spent to comply with the consent order are used for that purpose. We've also assumed that 100% of the resources that the board set aside within non-agency for the consent order would be 100% expended through the end of this year. Other than that, we went in and we evaluated individual departmental operating budgets. We looked at our large contracts to ensure that we were on track to spend the resources related to those particular contracts, made adjustments if necessary. And then we did a multi-year spend analysis on all the other operational spending line items and essentially use that multi-year spend pattern as the basis for our projection on all the other operational lines. So those are the underlying assumptions that we used in developing both the revenue and the expenditure projections. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, we did the same thing, and this time we used and are projecting based on the 9.87 mils, which is the advertised proposed millage rate. And the significant change that you see here is in the revenue category, where our revenue projection increases from $930 million to the $1 billion number that's reflected here. Expenditures remain the same. So when you look at the numbers, what you see is that on the revenue side, at the 9.87 mils, the assumption is that those revenues would be collected and received. That would generate about a $94 million difference between what we appropriated as revenue in the budget. And then on the expense side, you see that same $54 million underrun against our expenditures. The result of that is it would increase our fund balance by $148 million, bringing us to roughly $313 million going into 2026. So that's the effect of the higher millage rate, higher proposed millage rate, running the same set of assumptions on revenue and expenditure. Next slide, please. The items that we have identified for mid-year budget consideration, as we indicated when we presented the proposed millage rate to the board, that any underruns that we had this year, we would recommend that the first call on those be related to consent decree compliance. When we adopted the budget earlier this year, we did build in some resources for the consent order, but we did not yet have, based on the timing of receipt of the consent order itself, we did not really have time to fully vet all of the requirements and cost them out. So the action was to reserve funding, knowing we would have some expenses we would need to cover while we further develop the full plan for compliance. And so based on that, and the way in which we have been moving through that process, we have identified, and this number is as of around the first week of July, we had identified about $3.3 million worth of known costs associated to the compliance with the consent order that are related to a number of different needs associated with that, as well as about an additional $2.1 million for routine, recurring, corrective measures associated with the jail maintenance contract that we have with JCI. We've also identified here that we have costs that still, as of the generation of the mid-year review, were not 100% known or fleshed out, but that are around the recruitment and retention plan, the contraband and security plan, general staffing needs of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, information system needs, and equipment. As we speak today, we have received some information, but it still has not been completely vetted. We are still waiting on the finalization of the staffing analysis plan that's underway with the outside third party. And I believe a security audit is also expected in the future. So we would, recommend that we look to cover initially this $5.4 million out of what is available in underruns, but there will be other costs that will be identified throughout the remainder of the year that we will need to cover as well. We just can't quantify those completely right now. The next item on this list is a reminder that the board did take an action and passed a resolution authorizing a $300,000 pilot program for childcare. The general outline of that is also on today's agenda. And then in the future, we do have a couple of routine soundings items that we will bring forward out of our soundings contingency budget. We wanted to share those with you here as well. That is an item for the medical examiner's office as a result of a need to cancel a contract. The costs are higher with the new vendor, and so we need to provide for that. And then we have been made aware of some various different small item expenditures that our justice partners have identified that are related to the renaming of Central Avenue to the Shirley C. Franklin Boulevard. So we would propose bringing that back in a future soundings as well. Next slide, please. Go back one slide. Thank you. Closing out the mid-year review as we think about what the pressures that we know we have currently, the biggest one being the consent decree. We also wanted to identify other things that we are aware of that we need to be cognizant of as we plan for 2026 and beyond. Of course, the consent decree, I shared a little information about that. And we also believe that we will need to take a look at our risk management fund and provide for some premium increases in order to ensure that we're able to cover legal and claims-related costs. We want to make sure that we provide for employees. 2026 would be a COLA year, and we would also and will bring to the board in the next several weeks the health plan premium recommendations for next year's employee benefit health plan. We are seeing increases in that area, and so as a preview, you will see increases related to health insurance benefits for employees. We also have a couple of new facilities that will come online later this year and early next year that we will need to ensure that we've provided a full year's funding both for operational expense for the service that is being delivered, as well as the ongoing building occupation expenses, utilities, janitorial services, things like that. The two facilities in specific will be the South Fulton Developmental Disabilities Training Center and the 4700 North Point Parkway North HHS facility. The Developmental Disabilities Center is a reopening. So we have most of the operational expenses already built into the behavioral health budget. We may need to add a few things. The 4700 North Point Parkway, that is mostly relocation of existing services and consolidation into one location, but we are adding senior services at that location, so that will be a net new service at that location and will require additional resources. We also know that in the 26 budget, we will need to plan for the two new state court judges that were approved in the legislative session, as well as we wanted to make sure that we included any potential funding implications as a result of what is happening at the federal level. And that could be anything from unfunded mandates that end up getting passed down to the county, to a board decision to continue a service that has been previously funded through federal resources. We also know that we have a number of items that we will have to provide for from a contractual increase perspective. Some of our contracts have built-in escalators, so we'll have to make sure that we cover for those. And then, of course, we also just wanted to make sure that we didn't neglect including that there were a number of enhancement requests from departments in 2025 that did not get funded in the 25 budget, and we would expect to see many of those brought back for consideration next year. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, unless the county manager wants to add anything in, if the board has any questions about the mid-year review, we're happy to take them.
All right, any questions at this time? Commissioner Ivory?
Madam CFO, thank you so much for that explanation. I don't really even know where to begin with the first question or the statements that I want to make about this because, you know, are we broke or are we not? In January, we set a budget that said we were at all the expenditures that you put on here at zero. We had 200 million requests from our departments, which we said no to every single one because we were saving for the consent decree. A crisis that we have because of a federal judge who said that our jail is unconstitutionally uninhabitable. Not because we want to put inmates to work or because we should be doing something more, but because a federal judge said that our jail is unconstitutionally uninhabitable. So when a mother whose child has died in our jail comes here for public comment, we cannot say to her, well, we're just not going to fix it. Well, then cut somewhere else. Or don't be so worried about that. Or maybe we can just do something else about it. We are under a federal consent decree to fix the jail. And we can set that money aside in 2025. We can pull it in 2026 or 2027, but it's coming. So everybody who came here today can say what they want to say, and the reality will still remain the same. We are responsible for fixing that problem. That's one problem. A second problem, we have 2 hospitals that closed and 2 more need to open up, and we are responsible for that. So there was someone who came in public comment and said that their health care costs, they can't find adequate health care. We're responsible for providing that. 2 hospitals closed down that we are going to have to replace in 2026. That is going to happen. So far to the tune of about $50 million a year. So I ask, how can in January we've zeroed out our budget, but miraculously in August, we found $69 million. Okay, so 15 million of it is because of performance and sales tax and for public utility tax bill. That's fine. We've been starving our departments, but now we want to say, we found $54 million. I want to know, what kind of budget process is this? If you had a checkbook in your home and you sat your family down in January and said, Johnny cannot go to college because there's no money. And then in August, you said, you know what? We found $69 million. Get mom into a better healthcare home so she can be treated, her dementia can be treated. And now we can send our son to college. And now we can go on a radical vacation. That is what we're talking about here. I don't understand how we could, in one sense, starve the people in we are asking to run Fulton County effectively. Our magistrate courts, our superior court, our district attorney, yes, our jail, yes, our sheriff, who has a monitor who is deciding how much money we are going to have to spend. The sheriff isn't coming to the county commissioners and saying, I need $100 million. A third-party independent monitor from the federal government is coming. You saw that sheet right there, budget pressures. Number 1, consent decree. So we could not raise the millage rate this year, and you know what? I don't even think we have the votes. So everybody might be happy about that. Okay. I'll see you next August. We'll have the same conversation again, except it won't be 1 mil. So you can, in any sort of convoluted financial structure that you want to prepare for yourself, to say we don't need it, don't put it on us. This is where the county runs from. The money that comes in is how we run the county. We have not raised the millage rate in 12 years while costs are escalating. And right there are budget pressures, all 8 of them. Consent decree, risk management premium increases, which is because of lawsuits against the county, including the one from the sheriff who is suing the county because he is underfunded and says he is unable to do his job. When we do things like this and we say we are not going to be able to fund a federal mandate that we have, that only gives strength to such lawsuits. Then there's employees. Of course we have to consider our employees, or they'll go work somewhere else. All those wonderful counties everybody mentioned, they'll just go work somewhere else. And then we will have the staffing shortages that we already have. New facilities, 2 are coming. 2 behavioral health facilities, that's another pressure. New judges, implications from federal legislation, contractual increases, and then the $200 million that our departments don't get. If we have $69 million, Madam CFO, I want to ask, are we planning to go back and give some money to our departments that we've extracted another $54 million from? So we didn't fund any enhancements that departments asked for in January for things that they need, or maybe even some that they want. I'm not saying all $200 million was, things that they absolutely need, but they needed some of those things. Now we've taken another $54 million out of that. So are we going to go back and all the folks that came here in January from the arts and culture community, from the judges, from all of the offices across this county, Are we going to then go back and give them some of those things they asked for? The veterans, the seniors who asked for this money. So we go from nothing to $69 million in the surplus. Somebody has got to ask, how is that possible? So we don't just have one problem of, oh, should we do the millage rate? What is going on with our budgets? How are we doing this? I want to see a plan for this county. I spoke to the both of you in meetings this week and talked about why don't we have a 3-year plan for our county? How we are going to operate, because 2026 is going to fall on us, all of us. 2 hospitals and a consent decree. So far, the budget that the numbers that the monitor is talking about are $100 million. $69 million wouldn't cover that. That's just preliminary. That's not a final report. That's not what more will come, and that's just one of the 8 pressures that we are dealing with. So I want to ask, what are we doing to plan? How are we going to deal with all of these assumptions and these numbers, mind you, because this is really about civics for the people. This is about understanding how this county operates. It's not all these fake paper-pushing numbers. These are real obligations that we will have to meet. And these numbers that are in this report, projections. Not real numbers, just projections. So how do we plan to deal with the future? I mean, I know that's a very loaded question because I think you said that we can't quantify, these were your exact words, we can't quantify cost for 2025 right now. These are just projections. So is that $69 million in another month from now when perhaps some of the commissioners who are against a rate increase perhaps ask our finance department to find more money? And miraculously, we find it. Maybe in 2 months from now, we'll have $90 million available. So I just want to understand, how are these projections going to turn into actual dollars? The assumptions we're making, how is that going to happen?
Well, Commissioner Ivory, these are projections, and they are based off of assumptions. The board's decision on the millage rate later today will be the biggest part of what results in, an actual revenue number.
Right.
We have made assumptions even within the projections around what will happen with our billing for property taxes this year. What we've received is a digest estimate. We have made an assumption on what the impact of taxpayer appeals will be on that. So we could have projected on the higher side, we could have projected on the lower side. So if more people appeal, then we may not make the number that we projected. If less people appeal, we may do better than what we've projected. We've calculated what we believe the amount of property tax that is going to be given to the tax allocation districts that we would not receive. So we have to factor that into our number when we're presenting our projections to you, and a collection rate. So we've projected a 96% collection rate. If tax bills are delayed, that collection rate may not materialize in each percentage that we don't collect this year. It means we carry it forward to next year, but it won't be included in this year's numbers. So setting the millage rate is one of the things that ultimately leads us to having a better idea of what our final revenue picture may look like. Public utility billings is another area that we have a significant estimate in here for. We've assumed that what we try to do is we try to assume that across the year between current and prior year public utility, we collect at least 1 year's. We budget for at least a full 1 year value of public utility, so that's a number in here that could change and change those numbers up or down. And with regard to the expenditure projections, the speed with which departments fill their positions, that will impact how these numbers look. Decisions that the board may choose to make with regard to many of the things that are coming forward on the consent order. That $54 million underrun currently is what we would have to pull from to realign the budget in order to make resources available for that purpose. So it's the actual number from now and through the end of the year will depend in large part on some of the decisions that are made around the items that are coming out of the consent order, which is why I said it, we can't really quantify what that amount is for the consent order yet, because that too is still very fluid. What's being identified and sent over and recommended, and then how much of that we actually think we would be able to act on this year and implement this year. So, that will be a moving target through the end of the year. In my opinion, the consent order cost will be a moving target through the end of the year.
And it is true that it could exceed $69 million.
Through the end of this year?
Yeah.
Based on what I have seen, some of the larger pieces of that is full year annual cost associated with new positions. So we wouldn't expect to expend a full year salary for a position that is, maybe created and filled in September or October. So so the amounts that are coming over as full year amounts, but if acted on, we wouldn't expect to see a full year's expense for that. So only partial year's funding. Am I, 4 months or less on new positions. So while the total amount may be in that $100 million category, what we would actually need to expend through the end of this year would be significantly less.
But we don't know that for sure.
Well, because we haven't seen everything that's
because these are assumptions and projections.
Yes.
Okay, and so when we have money left over in our budget, you said it rolls over to the next year?
At the end of the year, when we, have all of our results, that is what gets carried forward as fund balance. And we use a portion of that to help balance next year's budget, and we leave a portion in reserve based on the board's policy, that 16.67% of budgeted expenditures is what we leave in reserve.
And this year, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And this year, that amount that was left over, that $13.9 million, that we did not give any departments any enhancements, we used towards the consent decree already. Is that correct?
Yes, it was broken up into those 3 buckets. So one third of that was sent over to the risk management fund and has been utilized by the county attorney's office. The other 2/3 is what's in non-agency that we have been earmarking the items that have already come up, that we have already identified a cost for. A prime example would be the board's resolution to provide resources for that $1 million retention fund and overtime resources. That came out of the 2/3 that was left for in non-agency in the general fund, as well as paying for the monitor's fees and some of the other things that required an expenditure on the county's part to start the compliance process with the consent decree.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you want to be heard now?
I got to be heard, sir. Chairman, I'm not going to belabor the point, but when you give misinformation to the Fulton County taxpaying citizens, I was elected to tell the truth. And the truth of the matter is that the jail is not unfunded. The jail has an operational issue. You cannot continue to throw good money after bad. Now, with all due respect, Commissioner Ivory, you were not here when this board had to vote for the welfare inmate fund to be removed, and it had to be removed because it was a slush fund for our sheriff. I was one of the biggest proponents of the sheriff having the amount of money that the sheriff needed to do his job. But I am not going to advocate waste of funds, no matter whether being Democrat or African American or from Southwest Atlanta or somebody's friend or special interest. We know that the jail has problems, but the sheriff did spend quite a bit of money on a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter that he set at the allegedly Mercedes-Benz Stadium with him and his cronies in it and called it a command center.
Yes.
And so what I'm saying to you is, do not come here and make us look like we are not funding the sheriff, because we are. But there is accountability that comes with taxpayers' dollars. And if you're not willing to stand up and say, I have to ask for accountability, we have a high-ranking employee of the sheriff department that life was threatened and has had to quit, allegedly. Trackers were allegedly put on his car. His home was threatened because he was doing his job, and he got absolutely no support from the sheriff after his life was threatened. And now he's headed to another jail to work. So what do as legislators? We continue to throw good money after bad. We continue to come and ask the taxpaying citizens that operationally we got an issue. We can give the jail $1 billion today, and it would still be poorly ran. And so on behalf of me and my constituents and those that may not be a part of my district but have sent me down here to be a taxpayer steward of the taxpayer dollars, no, I will not give money without accountability. Unfunded is not true. We have given him the money. He has not spent the money in the best interest of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. And if I have to stand up here and tell him no again, I will do it every day, because it's not my money.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to, first of all, thank Commissioner Ivory for your questions and comments relating to the underruns in particular on the expenditure side, and sort of the lack of good information, I think, certainly at the June 18th meeting, and also in the budget process, because, and by the way, I think the frustrations you're expressing, Commissioner Ivory, I've been feeling and expressing since I got here at the budget time. There's a lot of things in the process that I think could be improved. I will say that I think under normal circumstances, when we're setting the millage rate, if we're looking at making sure the millage rate will cover our planned expenses, as you and I discussed this morning, Madam CFO. In a normal year, we don't necessarily have to know what the projections are to the end of the year because we planned them already. We had planned expenses. This year is different because we passed the budget in January with unknown expenses by everyone's account. We had the consent decree. We didn't know how much it was going to cost in year one, 2025. So we passed a budget with unknown expenses, but that were going to come sometime during this calendar year. So in June, when we were asked to set a ceiling of how high the millage rate could go, we still did not have enough information about those expenses. And because we also weren't given any information at that time, or we were given, misleading information to some extent, not intentionally, I don't think, but about what money was available to spend. And I can't speak for everybody here because everybody had different reasons who supported the higher proposed rate. For me, it was because there were still too many unknowns. We did not know any of the costs, the rest of the costs that were going to come in from the consent decree in 2025, nor how much underruns there would be. And my reasoning at that time was that we would have that extra month plus, as we have, to get more information. But I think if we had been given the information in June about 54 million in underruns, we might have had a different vote. And I guess I don't understand, and maybe you can explain why none of that was mentioned. And you and I had a back and forth in the June 18th meeting, and at the time I was saying, I don't think a $700,000 surplus is going to be enough to cover what the consent decree expenses are going to be. And at that time, you did mention the $10 million from the bond, the 10 million debt on the bond that we haven't taken out yet for jail capital improvement plan. So then, at the end of that calculation, 10,700,000 and some odd thousand potentially to cover these costs. But we had no idea what those costs were going to be, and I believe I even asked, I don't recall who answered me, but I believe I even asked at the time, can we get a ballpark? Is it tens of millions? Is it hundreds of millions? Is it 2 million? And there was not even really a ballpark at that point. Through nobody's fault, it's just what it was. So all of that to say, while the process may function in a normal year, this is not a normal year. And this year, the process let us down. And, when just for the public's edification, we did not receive any information about this $54 million expenditure underrun until last week. And we did not receive any additional information, although just some vague numbers here and there. Well, we got a $25 million this and about the jail. So, but this weekend, at Friday evening, we did get some information from the sheriff on what he's proposing. His needs are going to be in and around staffing and some technology and equipment for security outside the building and things like that. But it was not for 2025 only. It was, I think to your point, Madam CFO, it was a number that was at least into 2026 as well. So personally for me, I spent quite a bit of time, made my staff stay late, doing a lot of calculations and number crunching. And it's a best guess. The number that I believe we got from the sheriff was like 95 million. And I don't think anybody's deciding right now, including me, or saying right now that all of those things are vetted or validated or that they would all be spent. But looking at those things, if we did agree to all of them and trying to calculate how much of it would be spent this year, my calculations came out to about, I think it was 13.5 million this year. If you add to that the 5.9 million you have on your slide, we're talking, 20 million-ish, just under. And we clearly have plenty now because we have the 54 million in underruns. So for me, I wanted to give myself enough time to understand the numbers to make a valid decision. And I think the terminology is unfortunate because for me, I was voting on a ceiling, not what I was expecting to do. And I voted on that ceiling to give us the room to get good information to make a good decision. I personally feel like I have that information now, and while I agree with everything Commissioner Ivory said about the bill coming home to roost sometime between now and the next, whether it's the 2026 budget, 2027, the bill is coming. However, given my understanding of the way, government accounting is supposed to work, what we have now, hearing the citizens, I'm comfortable sticking to the 8.87 millage rate now based on what we have learned. That said, I do think the process needs fixing. And I also think that I just feel like I have to express my frustration because, and again, to Commissioner Ivory's point about how this whole budget is developed and where these underruns come from. Because when we passed the budget in January, I specifically asked for a list of budget enhancements. 14.9 million of them were for justice in general. A variety of agencies, sheriff, district attorney, solicitor general, public defender, superior court, magistrate court, clerk of superior magistrate court, state court, and then another additional million for juvenile court and marshal. And then there were other things in that list too, county attorney, veterans, arts, et cetera. And the federally qualified health center copay pilot. And I asked if we could do that using those things, which by the way, all the money for justice that I'm talking about, or the majority of it, was to address the throughput in our justice system to try to reduce the population in the jail or assist with reducing the population in the jail. And to Commissioner Ivory's point, those were things that were requested. These were less than what was requested even by those departments. And I asked to do that out of the 13.9 million in underruns and a 4.5% reduction in non-agency. And I was told it cannot be done. That money is committed. It cannot be done. None of that money can be used for what you're asking it to be used for. But clearly it could have been, because this total list I had was under 25 million. What we see coming from the sheriff for this year is maybe 20 million, maybe not even nearly that much. So we could have funded all of those things without breaking a sweat. And so it's frustrating that we're sort of making decisions with not great information. The other thing I want to point out is when I'm talking about non-agency, and the reason I keep bringing it up is I asked for, after we met, a breakdown by department of the mid-year projection, and I got a copy of that. And the bulk of the underrun is from non-agency. It's 42 million of the 54. So it's really, really confusing to me that we couldn't tighten that budget by 4.5% minimum at the beginning of the year, so that we would not have had to say no to departments who were asking over and over, year after year after year, for additional funding. I used the example then of the public defender's office, who's asked year after year after year for more staff, and year after year we've said no. And them not being staffed enough is part of the reason that the jail is crowded, overcrowded. So I could go on and on, but I think, if Commissioner Arrington was here, he would, say, well, Sharon always has the money in non-agency. That's where it goes. That's been the sort of, running joke since I got here. But it's not funny. Like, at the end of the day, we had these funds. We put the fear into the citizens about their taxes going up and them not being able to pay their bills, and we didn't have to do that. Like, that wasn't necessary. If we'd been given good information, we would have probably made a different decision on June 18th. So it's frustrating, and I think you know, we can do better as a government. We should do better. And frankly, we owe the citizens better when it comes to this information and how we do this budget and how we decide on this millage rate. Thank you.
Commissioner Ivory, you want to be heard again?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We are in the middle of a crisis, not a future one, not a theoretical one, a real and present crisis that is unfolding in our jail, in our courts, in our behavioral health system, and in every department that has been asked to do more with less. I'll be honest with you right now with the public that I may be the only commissioner planning to vote for the increase, and I am not afraid to stand alone. I know an increase is coming. It will be dealt with this year, which it doesn't seem like it will be, but you will have it on your plate next year. We have 8 critical pressures to deal with, and whether we push it off or not, you will see it one day, and please have that on the record. Let's talk about the sheriff. I'm not talking about the sheriff. I'm not talking about Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans, whatever. I'm talking about the monitor from the federal government, who is independent, who has been sent here not for the commissioners and not for the sheriff, but to take a look at our crisis in the jail from a federal judge who has deemed it to be unconstitutionally uninhabitable and to tell us what needs to be fixed. That does not include new vehicles for the sheriff of all of the things that he wants. If you don't like the job he's doing, vote him out. We are talking about what we as the commissioners are responsible for doing, and the jail is our responsibility. So I will not tell a mother who has a child in the jail that we don't have to treat this like a crisis. I get those phone calls every day, and I will listen to those constituents who want to tell me about that. Let's go back a little bit to our June 18th meeting and let the record reflect a little bit about the 4 that voted for an increase. At the 2-hour and 43 mark on June 18th, one commissioner said, "I think raising the millage rate is much wiser than the 8.87, and I am in support." Let's go to another commissioner at the 2-hour and 25-hour mark that said, "I do not want my taxes to go up. However, I do not want one citizen of Fulton County to go homeless, to have an issue with behavioral health, to have an issue with anything that we can step in the gap for." Because remember now, we serve all of Fulton County. So in good conscience, I would not be able to go with an 8.87. I would not, because we have too many unknowns. The third record should reflect at 2 hours and 56 minutes. Commissioner Ivory is right. I really don't know if 9.87 is even enough. So I am a commissioner that will always remain steadfast in my word, even if I have to stand alone. And that, my constituents, you can count on.
Commissioner Thorne?
Wow. I did read the consent decree. I did read the 100 pages that it was. Majority of the consent decree, probably 90%, was management issues. It didn't have to do with the actual jail. People are dying in the jail because of management issues. It's not because the building's crumbling on them. It's because they're not being supervised correctly. We have a consent decree. Yes, we don't know what we're going to spend. We have no idea what it's going to cost us. But do we go ahead and budget for we don't know? There's forecasting models. You have to forecast on what you do know and try to predict the future. And I trust, Sharon, that your team has used to their best ability to forecast correctly what our expenses are going to be. And as we know, we don't do very good just setting aside money for a future jail. I believe the year before I came in 2022, when they're having the millage rate discussion, they actually voted to roll back the millage rate. And we were going to have a $103 million shortfall. That's what was told, because we decided, or the board at that time decided to roll back the millage rate. Well, interesting, I come in January, I get presented a budget that has a $22 million surplus. How's that? We were going to have a $103 million shortfall. Come in, that's in August. In January, come in and we have a $22 million surplus. Commissioner Barrett and I were brand new. I was shocked that Commissioner Hall read off a list of items that she wanted to spend money on. Commissioner Arrington read off a list. I couldn't even keep up. I didn't even know what the items were. But then, boom, there was a vote. And we passed a budget that was $37 million over the millage rate. Just like that. So, you know, you can say, I don't know where the 2 hospitals that close, it's going to cost us $50 million a year. Commissioner Barrett put in $5 million for a reserve, and magically someone comes forward with, for $5 million, I can do this and solve your health crisis. It didn't solve our health crisis. We still have health desert. Yeah, I predict we are going to have to put some money in the future. We had discussions about the federal government cutting our funding and what's going to happen. Oh, we're not going to get these grants. Oh, no. You know, we need to stock up money. Well, then last week, the HIV grant came through. That's our largest federal grant we have, and we actually got more money than we thought we would. Yet, we were counting on not getting money because, I don't know, just in case, just in case. We're in the middle of a crisis. Yes, we are, with a consent decree. There is an increase coming, but we looked at building a $2 billion jail. We looked at projecting to the future and what the tax implications would be if we built that $2 billion jail. You think a $1 million increase? No, it was like a $2 million increase the first year, $3 million the next year. It was going to cost the taxpayers a 30% increase in their taxes to rebuild the jail. That's why I voted to not rebuild. Once I found out that we don't need a direct supervision jail, we can use our current jail under indirect supervision. We can remodel it. We can potentially build a mental health facility at the jail on the grounds where they were going to build the new jail to help the 40% of our inmates that suffer from mental health and substance abuse. Because I can't burden the taxpayers. You know, you say, we need money for seniors, we need money for veterans. We have seniors and veterans that are barely able to stay in their homes with the current taxes. I heard a young woman crying in public comment that her taxes have gone up so much that it's a third, her property taxes are a third of her mortgage. That shouldn't be the case. You should be able to have the dream to own your home and then be able to afford the taxes on it. I border Gwinnett County and Forsyth County, and I literally have friends and neighbors that move across the county line to save on their taxes. How are these other counties doing it? How are these other counties providing for their people, but somehow we're underfunded? You look at the budget pressures, the unfunded 2025 enhancement request. Oh, we're not funding them. Our county's being deprived. Look at the word enhancement. Those are adding to their budgets. Those are enhancements. Those are new programs, new hires. Now, are the taxpayers able to enhance do enhancements? No, because they're going to have to pay more in taxes. When you're at a time where you have inflation, we had record inflation, 40-year record inflation last year, people are dealing with a lot of costs coming at them. It may only be, $40 here, $50 here, but it all adds up. They're not able to enhance. They're not able to spend on enhancements. Right now, we just shouldn't fund enhancements. We need to tighten our belt, just like the other departments are tightening their belt. So with that being said, projections, we can't ever get real numbers, correct? Sharon Whitmore, you can only forecast, you can only predict.
Yes, until I give you the actual results at the end of the year.
And could you give those, because you're doing a mid-year, could you give those in the mid-year, right? A week after July, the first week of July, could you have given us that information?
Would I have been able to give you the mid-year analysis the first week of July? No, it takes us a little longer to run through the work that we do to provide the projections. We actually do, in some cases, reach out and speak with departments about what we're seeing and things like that.
So we're doing the best we can in making decisions. We're getting the best information we can in making decisions. And yes, we don't live in a certain world, and we don't know what the consent decree is going to cost us. Perhaps we have enough already. Why ask people for more at a time when they don't have more? Thank you.
Okay. It's my understanding that Commissioner Arrington wants to speak. Now, why isn't he on video? I mean, when you're on Zoom. What?
I'm not sure if he chose to be on video.
Commissioner Arrington, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
No, sir. We can hear you, though.
Okay,
Go ahead,
it may be an issue on your...
Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, they may just need to show my screen, but I am on screen.
Okay, you have the floor, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. I've been here. We have this conversation, and I think it's important to look historically. Since 2015, the millage rate has been lowered from 10.5, and it was on one of those earlier slides. But from 10.5 down to 8.87, and that was all during COVID and after COVID, and we saw obviously that since COVID, or we've seen that since COVID, the prices for everything have gone up. And those are not just the prices for individuals like myself and the other taxpayers in Fulton County, but those prices have also gone up for the Fulton County government. And so, I want to thank all of the people that came out and spoke because I think I need to turn my volume down. I'm sorry. Okay, I want to thank all the people that came out and spoke. Certainly have heard from the taxpayers loud and clear that they do not want property tax increase. The vote on June 18th was a vote for the advertisement, and my vote was based partially on the fact that I knew that we would be getting the mid-year budget review prior to taking the actual vote today on the millage rate. And so I think, again, that the wording gets a little convoluted sometimes because I don't know that anyone necessarily proposed an increase in property taxes or the millage rate, but there was a vote on whether we should advertise an increase, and we voted to advertise that increase again, at least partially based on getting the results of the mid-year budget review that we knew that we would be getting today. I said back during the budget time that, since I've been here, we always have $50 million, $150 million left over at the end of each year. And I think, again, one of the earlier slides indicates that as well. An average of about 75 million left over every year, which is right in line with the $69 million that we're now showing will be left over. And so knowing that we'll have, that money left over, I don't know that there is a need to have a millage rate increase. We do have expenses. I guess what I would like, and I see they had to take down the PowerPoint, but I would like to know the numbers that finance from our CFO has anticipated for those budget pressure areas. What amounts are you anticipating for those for the 2026 budget? Looking at those different pressures, there are certainly a lot of things that we're going to have to look at. And I agree, we never should have had to cut the $1 million in veteran services. We never should have had to cut the $1.8 million for the arts. We never should have had to cut the $500,000 a year summer youth jobs program. We never should have had to cut money for our seniors. I argued for that during the budget season because I knew then at what I know now, every year we have on average about $75 million left over at the end of the budget cycle. And so we could have afforded to fund arts. We could have afforded to fund veterans programs that would help veterans stay in their houses. We could have afforded to fund the arts that would help arts people pay their bills, pay their rent, and so a lot of this stuff, benefits everyone, and certainly we could have afforded to fund our departments. The public defender's office request for additional attorneys could have been funded. We could have funded a lot of other things, but we chose not to. And so hopefully we can make better choices going forward. So I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ellis,
Oh,
Vice
but I
Chair
would
Ellis.
like to know, Madam CFO, some of the numbers, if you have any of those budgeted or any idea of those. If not, you can send them later.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. We don't have fully vetted numbers for each of those areas. If it's okay with you, we can work on that and send it to you. Off of the top of my head, some of the costs, like the state court judgeship, I think we were looking at about $5 million plus, but that will depend on what ultimately is decided relative to providing the ancillary courts, the ancillary agencies that have to support the judges, like the public defender's office, the solicitor general, state court administration, the marshal's office. So we're still working on those costs, but I can send you what we do have, even though it's not fully finalized yet. But it's what we're working on in preparation for the 26 budget.
No, that's fine. That makes sense. Obviously, you got the judges. You need more solicitors. You need more public defenders, more court reporters, and all of the court staff, ancillary court staff. So, it would just be good to, have some rough idea of those numbers. But I understand if you don't have them prepared or are not ready to share them yet. That makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we've received a great civic lesson over the past few weeks, and that is that we answer to you, the people. And I want to thank all of you who came down and spoke, people that have written us emails and so forth. And collectively, individually, maybe there's some comments that, you know, some of the stuff might be a little bit off or something like that, but collectively, the citizens that have spoken are right in the remarks that you have made. We have a sound budget process. This county is not in a state of crisis. We've gone through situations where, just like any other government, any other business, whatever, you're going to have pressures. They're different each year. You work through those things that are unexpected, you know, and to attempt to sort of gaslight an issue into a tax increase is disingenuous and irresponsible. And as we learn here, it's not needed. And we did need to have this discussion. Hopefully, we're going to wind up in the right place. But we knew even back when we were having these discussions, you know, that we were underrunning our expenses. We get this data. We didn't need a mid-year review to tell us that we were going to underrun our expenditures. We get them each month. You send us financial reports. They're part of our operational report. I think on the day we voted, we had one. And it said that through 42% of the year, we run at 35% of the expenditures. You know, I mean, we all have been down here, I think, even long enough, even if you only been down here 1 year, to know that, you know, we get these demands that come in that aren't well vetted out, that you can't respond to until they're vetted out. And even if you just listen to the conversation today, you hear the incongruence and stuff related to one of the biggest pressures we get, and that is related to our sheriff. I mean, we had one commissioner indicate that we're getting told what we have to spend by a monitor. And then another commissioner say that on Friday night, was news to me, the information I've got, that we got information from the sheriff about what his $100 million ask is. His, not the monitor's. Notice the incongruence, all right? So the reality of it is, this is just normal stuff that we have to go through in terms of vetting ask and figuring out what we're going to commit to. And as, you know, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, you know, pointed out too, is like, you don't solve operational issues necessarily through spending more. Sometimes you do, but a lot of times you don't. And a lot of times you're just throwing money at a situation that will never improve, and they're certainly not improve on the basis of money. But I just want to, you know, you all have been sort of picked at a little bit with our finance staff and our budget process and so forth. And I want to say I don't feel like that was appropriate at all. We had a good budget process. People had a chance to say their piece in this and understand it. And we made the decisions. And then we got to a millage rate point in time where we had a millage rate that supported what we adopted. And then we tried to take something in a different direction. And hopefully we're going to go back in a few minutes here and improve that 8.87 rate. So again, I want to thank the taxpayers and the citizens and everybody that came down here and spoke. I've not heard one person come down here and make a solid case as to why we need to raise our millage rate. And in fact, I've got the hundreds and so forth of emails I've gotten one in support of. And that individual, you know, receives funding through parts of the organization that they are associated with. And the only other folks that seems to want to make a side back in the door case for things are people that don't want to come down here and clearly articulate why it's needed and let you, the citizens, know that they are many times the push behind some of this stuff, i.e. our sheriff and our district attorney. And we had another individual who came down here, representative of another city last week, seemingly, or at our last meeting, seemingly trying to gaslight on an issue and telling us that we should raise our millage rate. Okay? I don't respond to that. I don't respond to special interest. I don't respond to developers. I respond to the citizens. And if there are other elected officials that want to come down and they want to make their cases for certain spending, we are going to vet that. And I am going to vet that in the eyes of the citizens that elected me as their representative. And I will give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And I am going to expect accountability associated with it. I'm going to expect that their information is provided to us so we can make a reasonable decision. You know, we will probably have this come back up later on. But people have talked about this crisis at our jail and the need for more money and so forth in there. We have something like 100 and something open positions over there. We had the sheriff make an ask for overtime expenditures and all that. All he had to do to sort of activate a fund, he needs to give us a roster to say who's working full-time in detention at your jail. And for some reason, over 2 months later, we can't even get that basic information, okay? So there are operational stuff that go on. Let's not create that into a situation where we're trying to create a crisis to throw on to our citizens when the issues are operational in nature, and those people need to be responsive and accountable for them. So I appreciate the discussion we've had, and I definitely appreciate the citizens coming down and making their voices heard and expressing that loudly, clearly, and correctly.
All right, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And I will agree with Commissioner Ellis that this will probably come up later on. It will definitely come up later on, and you will pay for it later on. So if you prefer a larger increase next year and the year after that to deal with all of our 8 pressures, that's what will happen, because it is likely not going to happen this year, which I've already stated. And that we will live with. And then we will have the same discussion. Many emails I received in support of an increase. Not maybe all the way 1 mil, but in support of an increase, so that a huge increase would not come down the line. But the truth about the way this system works is you need 4 votes. And I understand that when I ran for office. So this will not pass, and we will deal with it later on. I just want to clear up a couple of things. This is not a normal or a sound budget process. To say in January that we have 0 surplus, and then to say in August we have $69 million is not sound or normal for our budget process. And what we do need to examine is how we do our budget. We need a long-term look at our expenses and our revenue. And this is in agreement with our finance folks who I spoke to for hours this past week about moving forward in a different way. We cannot continue to budget half year by half year and come in January with assumptions and projections that end up being $69 million off by the time we meet 6 months later. Nobody in any household would operate their household that way, nor should governments. So I disagree it is sound or a normal way to do a budget. And that is not at all a slight against my colleagues. That is what the budget process that commissioners voted to use. So that is not a criticism. That is not attacking our finance department. That is saying that commissioners in the past voted to use that kind of a process. We keep talking about the sheriff and the monitor. If you don't like the sheriff, then vote him out. Let's quit talking about what the sheriff is proposing. We don't move our money based on what the sheriff proposes. Our finance team goes through those documents with a fine-tooth comb and makes a recommendation to us. And then we decide if we are going to vote for that recommendation or not. So if we are going to tell the truth and give real civics, then let's do it consistently. We decide what the sheriff gets, not the sheriff. Our finance team recommends something to us, and then 4 people can decide it, or 4 people can decide not to do it. That's how it actually works. Commissioner Thorne said that, there's a lack of supervision, so why don't we just fix the supervision? That supervision requires people. In 2016, I would like to remind the general public that we were under a consent decree before. This is not the first time our jail was deemed unconstitutional. We are here again. In 2016, a staffing plan was put in place to recommend that we increase our staffing. If we go back to the 2016 recommendations, in 2025, we have not even met the 2016 recommendations. He was not sheriff then. We did not meet what was recommended to us by the federal government in 2016, staffing requirements. Now we're in 2025 and we're receiving and undergoing a staffing report that has been estimated, not actual projections, but estimated not by the sheriff, by our finance team, to be in upwards of $35 million. We didn't even get it right in 2016, which is why we're here again. People dying in the jail, not getting the medical care they need. So, talk to that family. Ask them if they would like us to take bold, courageous action, which costs, which we want to spread out all the way from Atlanta to Alpharetta. Everybody together working to make our county better. That's what I know I got elected for, to make hard decisions so that we all could bear the cost of making our county better. So the South Side is as good as the North Side. That costs money that we all should bear the cost of. So I will stand every day on that principle, that we want Fulton County to be better for everybody, from Atlanta to Alpharetta. And that is going to entail us making hard decisions. I am a taxpayer. My assessment went up, has been going up. My taxes are in the 5 digits. I am willing to pay that extra money to get this situation fixed once and for all, because we have not done it. And that is the civics for the people, the truth. And if anybody has any questions about that, I will be having a town hall about this. I want to talk to every single person that wants to talk about it more. So find me. Very easy to find. And I look forward to talking to you about it today, tomorrow, and next August when the millage rate goes up.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, you really want to be heard?
Just short. I got hundreds of emails. I did not get one telling me I need to raise the millage rate. Not one. Hundreds. So, Commissioner Ivory, maybe you need to forward some of those my way. You talked about we need to fix the supervision. He has 100 open spots, and he wanted a direct supervision jail built that requires even more staffing. He can't even staff what he has right now. So we have to look at the whole picture. Maybe we need to have a conversation about what happened before you came on board, previous with jail discussions and management discussions and purchasing requirement discussions that we've tried to control the spending. We had a $22 million surplus my first year, and Commissioner Ellis proposed that we put that in a reserve for the jail. Oh no, can't have that. We spent $59 million, went $37 million over budget that year, 0 going in reserve for the jail. So if you think we're gonna create $78 million in surplus and save it for the jail, good luck with that, because it tends to be that commissioners start adding on those spending. 500,000 here, $1.7 million for the arts, $1 million for the veterans, all of that just starts getting thrown in the budget right away. So, and yet you talk about projecting 3 years out. We can't even project 1 year out. We have a consent decree. We don't know. We have too many unknowns. I mean, to look at, I'm not a finance person at all, but I did have to build forecasting models for engineering. And if you don't have a good, strong basis point to project out, you can't project that far out. It is ridiculous to try. You can do it for particular things, like we knew if we spent $2 billion on a jail that everybody's taxes were going to go up 30% for the less than 3,000 people that we have incarcerated in our jail. The entire county from Atlanta to Alpharetta, let's put Chat Hills in there, let's get the South Side in there, would be spending for that new jail, 30%. That poor woman that can hardly stay in her condo that she just bought, that young homeowner, her costs will probably be 50% of her mortgage if we did that. So I thank you. I apologize I didn't thank you earlier. I thank all the people that attended town halls, people that came down here, people that came on Zoom to speak. I've been through this a couple years now. I came to the 6 o'clock meeting hearings the last 2 years. We had 0 people speak, 0. You maybe have a handful come down and speak. So this year to have so many people send emails, so many people on Zoom, so many people giving public comment. It's really amazing, and it speaks volumes. Considering the past 2 years, I came here for a 6 o'clock hearing, we called the meeting, and then we adjourned because there was nobody online. So thank you all.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
To call planning 3 years for a county with $1 billion budget to forecast what our expenses might be ridiculous is very irresponsible. Corporations, other governments plan out 3 years. They don't budget month by month, 6 months by 6 months. Not even a household does that. So I think it's important that we think about doing that in the future. And I would be glad to sit down and talk to you about things that happened when I was not here. And one of them would be the vote in December of 2023 when you and 5 other commissioners all voted to build a new jail. Everyone except the chairman voted to build a new jail. In December of 2023, the record will reflect, and I can pull that for anybody. So to say that you were not prepared to spend billions on a new jail is disingenuous, is untrue, and does not match the vote of December 2023. So please pull that if you need a refresher, but that is what happened in December of 2023.
All right, let's see. Commissioner Barrett.
I'm going to be really quick. I just want to say that I definitely got a lot of emails with people who did not want to raise the millage rate, and I certainly heard from everybody here. I did actually get a couple in favor, only a couple by comparison, to be fair. But I wanted to just get back in the queue and speak for a moment because I spent a lot of time over the last several weeks looking up, answering very specific questions that were sent about the millage rate. And if I didn't get to yours, I apologize. But I spent a lot of time on the assessor's website looking up individuals' properties to try to help them understand that if we did do an increase, what it would look like. And I'm saying all that because what I saw, and I even was trying to do it today while people were standing up here, it's all public information. I was trying to look up people by name to see if they had their homestead exemptions and those kind of things. And what I saw was that a lot of people, in particular seniors, and some of our lower income residents did not have the right exemptions in place. So please check your bill, make sure you have your homestead exemption if you're supposed to have one. If you're a senior, our earliest senior exemptions take place at 62. Those are financially tied to your income. But even the basic senior homestead exemption is at age 65, and a lot of people did not know that they had to apply for that. So please spread the word to the community, apply for the exemptions. I think we had a lot of people being told that they were the most vulnerable and that they were gonna be hurt the most if there was an increase. But the truth is, we have a lot of programs in place with our exemptions and our floating homestead exemption that we've had in Fulton County for 20 years to try to help the most vulnerable populations. And so, I just really encourage everybody to check into the exemptions and make sure you have the right ones for you.
All right, commissioners, anybody else? Anybody else? All right, Mr. Manager, you've heard a lot about misleading information coming from you and finance and lack of good information. I'm sure you're chomping at the bits to respond, so.
You're not going to ask me, do you really want to say anything?
Do you really want to say so? I hope you do.
No, I can say three simple things. And again, during a budget process, I take no offense in that I've been through 40 years of them. I would say, first of all, just reality check on the notion of we're starving departments. We spent $867 million last year. We budgeted $990 million this year. That's a $123 million increase. That's a 14% increase year over year. it's hard to imagine that that would be considered starving across the enterprise. Had we funded $200 million incremental in ask, that would be a 37% increase in what we would budget for in 2025 versus what we spend in 2024. So, part of the reality check is keep in mind what we're actually spending, not what is budgeted and then not versus what is asked for. Now, we have spent $69 million more this year, now projected, that we have solid projections, than what we would spend or what we spent last year. That's an 8% increase. So again, in any normal organization, an 8% year-over-year increase is I think, pretty healthy. Number two, I don't think it's useful to cast aspersions about the process or much less the people involved. The process, I was taught years and years ago, is designed to produce what it produces. It produces, a bond rating that goes to AAA. It produces a doubling of the fund balance. It produces 68% more from my appointment till now in increased services. I think that exceeds the per capita growth in Fulton County by a significant amount, but that is reality. Those are real numbers, 68, which we presented, of course, on this summary chart. I'm nonplussed by the notion that a 5% variance is some fundamental flaw in the process. Again, I've only done it 40 years, and underrunning budgets by 5% would generally be considered healthy. What's the opposite of that? Overrunning it by 5%. And you don't have to go but just down the street to see that happen last year, and then a complete fire drill trying to figure out how they would close a $40 million budget overrun. I don't think any of you want to be in that position, nor do we want to put our employees in the position of potential reduction in force or suspension in pay or anything of that nature, which is about the only thing you can do to close a gap that occurs like that and with a short period of time to react to it. So again, I don't think it's useful. Any process can be improved, but if you believe that you're going to get $1 billion process down to something that's 1 or 2% variance, I'd suggest that most likely will not happen, not in my experience. The thing I'm in very much agreement on is the necessity for long-term planning. Because not only is that good practice, but I wrote down some notes to myself, thinking ahead now, we will never have these types of issues confront us that do need require a long-term financial plan with strategic decisions. If you think about them, number one is the renovation of Rice Street and the construction of a special purpose building. So all of the costs that will accrue to that. Number two, the construction of a new hospital in South Fulton by our partner and who we have an ownership stake in that's been proposed by Grady Memorial Healthcare, and underscored by the study that we did that showed the health equity gaps and lack of access that exist there. Number three is the implementation of all the DOJ consent order items, staffing, operation, and systems. And quite frankly, they are in the process of being revealed. We'll bring more forward today, but they're not fully known yet and much less vetted. Number four is the decision to exit the TADs as they naturally expire. That's a multi-billion-dollar decision that will need to be made. And then fifth is all of the other priorities that normally accrue, facility needs, employee needs, and the like. So I would urge you as a board to give serious consideration to undertaking that sooner rather than later. And yes, some of this is not fully known, but each day that goes by, and as we'll be presenting to you in short order, they are becoming more known. That would be the most helpful process to giving citizens some degree of certainty about tax rates, as well as giving operations within the county some certainty about future investments. And I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Madam Clerk, next item.
Continuing on page 7, 250563, Finance. Request approval of resolution adopting the 2025 millage rates for the General Fund, General Obligation Bond Fund, and the Fulton Industrial District Fund.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the public. I counted mine. I got over 300 and something emails. I got over 80 texts. I couldn't even get the number of individuals that decided to reach out to me on social media, and the 3 different people that stopped me in my local Publix that I had no problem talking to them while I was shopping. And even though overwhelmingly the individuals did not want an increase, but the ones that said, Commissioner Khadijah, if you think we need one, I'll support it if you can show me in black and white that we need it. I could not show the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County $72 million that needed that would have been forth on the backs of taxpayers. And I'm not going to run away from that. The conversation started with me proposing a 8.9. And the only reason that was proposed was what I saw in the future. But I wanted to keep the conversation going. The problem, in my estimation, and this is my opinion, is that anytime there's a conversation about the millage rate, it becomes a sausage contest or sausage making. Nobody likes the process, but they love the taste of sausage. What happens, and what in my opinion, happened is that I had an opportunity to look at the process, understand the process, and listen to the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County. As legislators, we will make decisions that we will have to change because you sent us here. In all honesty, I don't understand how a process that's supposed to be for the people, by the people, and people stand on their personal feelings about it. I get it. I'm one of the people that is very strong-willed, and I know a lot of us are. But in being strong-willed, you have to be accountable. Nobody is going to take a budget, give you all the money, and say, spend all the money in the first 6 months. That is not a prudent business model. And so I want to go on record saying to the county staff, I don't have a problem with the budget process because guess what? When I talk to them, they give me the information. As the legislator, I take the vote. So I'm not going to throw you all under the bus because I've decided to change my decision. I changed my decision well before today and was very adamant why I changed it. And so what I would say today, right now, why I'm thanking all those people from the north to the south, those individuals that wanted to become part of the process, thank you for that. Because it's only when you do your civic duty, we can have healthy dialogue and we can agree to disagree respectfully. But at the end of the day, I stand on this is taxpayers' money. And I must go the extra mile to make sure that I am prudent in my decisions for your money. So having said that, I am going to put the motion before for an 8.87.
I'll second that. Yeah, I seconded it. Did it work? No, what is it doing? All right, you have a motion on the floor now for 8. No, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm just going to accept the motion. Motion on the floor by Commissioner Abdul Rahman is 8.87, which I seconded. Now, Commissioner Mo Ivory, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Whitmore, just Madam CFO, for the sake of clarity, can you walk us through the difference between the 3 millage rates that appear on the agenda item, the general fund, the general obligation bond, and the Fulton Industrial District millage rate?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ivory. what's before the board is the recommendation, final approval of the 3 millage rates for the county, the general fund, which of course is the primary operating tax-based fund for the county. The motion is for 8.87, followed by the county's bond fund, which is a separate fund that is established specifically to retire the debt associated with the general obligation library bonds. The rate is 0.169. And then lastly is the Fulton Industrial District, which is the unincorporated special taxing district in Fulton County. And the rate that is recommended is 9.431, which is the rollback rate, statutorily calculated rollback rate for that taxing district.
So the general fund millage rate, if when it's voted on in the motion for 8.87, is just the general fund millage rate. It will be higher when you add in the general fund, the general obligation bond fund, as well as the Fulton Industrial District millage rate. There's
Yes,
three
on the tax bill, an individual who resides in Fulton County would see the county's general fund, the county's bond fund, and if they reside in the county special taxing district, they would see that. If not, then they would see the municipality that they live in along with the school district.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure that when people see that on their tax bill, we're having a lot of conversation about 8.87, which is only the general fund millage rate. There are 2 other millage rates that also will be calculated into that.
Yes, depending on the location where the individual is. Yes.
Depending on
Yes,
location,
ma'am.
right. County, Mr. Anderson, our county manager, thank you so much for your comments that we should plan forward, that we should have a revised budget process that looks ahead more than how we do it now. I really do appreciate that strong financial leadership. Can you speak to Fulton County's current approach to setting water and sewer rates, specifically the decision to increase rates by 5% annually?
Yes, ma'am. It started first and is driven by growth forecasts from each of our cities. We did that approximately 10 years ago. We've updated it since then. We've done a lot of work in North Fulton where that growth was already being realized, Big Creek being the most significant expansion of a wastewater treatment plant that was financed by those 5% rate increases. Now we have confirmed very clearly that the growth rates projected out of the South Fulton cities are being realized and in some cases being exceeded. That's obviously good news. The continued rate increases will allow us to do the same expansion at the Camp Creek water treatment facility that we've done at Big Creek using the newest technology and of course significantly increasing the millions of gallons a day that we can treat. It also, because in parts of South Fulton, sewer was not extended. In fact, there's a item coming up on the agenda for a pump station on Campbellton Road. That will also then fund an extension of our sewer system into those communities to support that anticipated growth. Lastly, so it's all driven by growth needing capacity. However, the good news is even with these projected increases, we remain very much in the lower tier of cost or price of all water service, water treatment providers in Metro Atlanta.
We discussed relating to the millage rate, the idea of for the past 9 years, we've gone up 5% each year on our water and sewer rates, and we're proposing 5% more for the next 2 years. And I wondered that we are, when it comes to our millage rate, which hasn't increased in over a decade, some are calling any adjustment unacceptable, but for the past 9 years, we've increased our water and sewer rates 5% each year, and we are doing that in the next 2 years. So when you went to, you and I talked about that there were hearings for that millage rate this past week, and you said that you went to some of those hearings and there were no citizens there to discuss about this millage rate. Is that not correct?
Yes,
What's your
ma'am.
point of order?
Point of order, we are getting away from the topic of discussion of what we're dealing with now. Commissioner Ivory, you can't ask him that, but I think it's is not in the context of what we're dealing with right now. And that is my point of order. That's what's before us that is not relevant to what's before us.
It's completely relevant.
Just a minute, everybody. So what's before us now is a motion to approve the 2025 millage rate
Yes.
for the general fund, the general obligation bond fund, and the Fulton Industrial District Fund.
Sure,
Only.
and in the
And then
context of that,
But we'll take care of the others in a moment.
sure, and this is not at all a conversation about the water and sewer rates. It's in context completely to compare that we have been raising the water and sewer millage rate 5% per year for the last 9 years.
Point of order,
and
Chairman.
plan to do that
Just
for
a
the
minute,
next
just a
2
minute.
years.
Commissioner
And at
Ivory.
those millage rate
Point
hearings,
of
there
order.
was zero
Commissioner Ivory,
attendance.
please. Commissioner Ivory. All right.
So it's in
Let's
context.
vote. All right, the motion on the floor, once again, is to adopt the 2025 general fund, general obligation, and the Fulton Industrial District Bond Fund at 8.87 mils. Let's vote. Just a minute. Before we vote.
For me, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard?
No, I was just saying I vote yes for the 8.87.
What'd you say?
He's voting yes.
Well, wait a minute. Before that, now, everybody, let's be real clear, 'cause I don't want to be accused of not allowing everyone their opportunities. Anybody want to increase it beyond the 8.87? No. All right, let's vote. It's 8.87.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, it's 2:25. Entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session. We'll consider items of personnel, litigation, and what's the other one? Personnel. Real estate. Yeah.
Motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner, would you please vote for me before you go down there?
All right, good evening. We will resume the regular order of business without objection. Before we begin with taking issues from executive session, we've been informed that there was a shooting at Fort Stewart, and there were some soldiers that were injured. At this point, it's all we know, but let's have a moment of silence for those, please. Thank you. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in items 1, 2, and 3 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority in item 5, which is an opioid settlement with Purdue Pharma?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority in item 7 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve a contract with the Walls Group for recruitment services in an amount not to exceed $788,000 and extending through December 31st of 2025 as set forth in item 10A2 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve a contract of employment with Richard Anderson, County Manager, for a term of 4 years with an annual salary of $371,000 with specific terms as stated in the written contract?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
It's open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items from executive session.
Is that it? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 7, 250565, Human Resources Management. Request approval of the proposed benefit summary for the Childcare pilot program for 2025.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. And Mr. Herman?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and listening audience. Kenneth L. Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officer. Could we put up the presentation, please? Thank you very much. Commissioners, I stand before you to provide you with an overview of what the HR department has been able to put together to implement the provisions of the resolution that you adopted to allow for a pilot childcare program. Just to quickly go over the overview of what you adopted back in June, would allow for up to 100 employees to participate in the pilot. Those employees who are selected to participate in the pilot will be eligible to receive up to $500 per month in eligible childcare reimbursement at an eligible childcare facility. The childcare facilities must be within a 10-mile radius of the government center or the employee's primary residence. The budget for this program is $300,000 between July 25th and December 25th for this year. How HR went about developing the format for the program is we thought it best to meet with the stakeholders to get their input and insight into how we could tailor something that would meet their needs. It's been a while since I've had to worry about a child in childcare facilities, so I needed a re-education myself. And through those 2 working sessions, we had roughly about 125 employees participating. Out of that work session, we felt that it would be necessary to make it as easy as possible for the employees to apply. So we've created an electronic application process for them to submit their letter of their application for participation. Once we open up the application window, it's going to be they're going to have 7 days to apply, but we're going to do a precursor of a 5-day educational campaign to even tell them that the program is available after you hopefully accept my recommendation and the structure of the program today. One area of requirement to make it simple for my team and the employees to identify whether or not the facility within 10 miles of their house is we found a free website, and on the presentation that is on the screen, you see a sample of how the website allows the employees to draw radiuses from the government center and their home, or the childcare facility and their home. And once those 2 lines overlap, or those 2 circles overlap, they're eligible to participate in the lottery process. Again, as adopted, who can apply is Fulton County-funded employees that are required to work on-site or on a hybrid schedule more than 29 hours per week, as approved and indicated by their department head. And we've created a very simple and small form for department head to submit and to provide to the employees as part of the application process. Eligible employees and their dependents must be between the ages of 0 and 6, and they must provide proof of relationship. The employees, again, like I said, must provide the radius map from the childcare facility to their home or the government center. And reimbursements have to be done within a time frame to allow for finance and HR to reimburse them within, I think we said, about 30 to 60 days. The one recommendation, commissioners, that I hope that you could adopt today is a small modification to the resolution as written. During our conversation with the employees, we understood or became aware of we might not have been as inclusive as possible, and about 2 or 3 employees indicated that the child care facility that they have to send their child to, because of the special needs of the child, is outside of the 10-mile radius. So I'm recommending, and hopefully you adopt it, that for those individuals who have special needs at a special need facility, that the 10-mile radius is waived for those individuals.
Is that just for those with special needs?
Just for those individuals with special needs. Excuse me? No, that's it. So hopefully, commissioners, based on the letter that I circulated several weeks ago and what I've been able to present, and hopefully with the adoption of that one modification to the resolution, I stand ready to answer any questions about the program that the HR department has designed in accordance with the resolution and working with the employees who could benefit from that. One thing I'd like to add for those employees who may be listening is I know there might have been a miscommunication in the documents that are attached to the actual agenda, where there was a date of application date of June 5th to June 17th. And I just wanted to clarify this, and that's an oversight on myself and my team. That document has been in the SIRE system for about a month and a half, and we failed to go back and take it out. So once you adopt my change today, we will apply a new application window so that no employee is missed and don't have the opportunity to apply. So they have not missed anything as part of this process.
And I think we can amend it to take care of the special needs. We have one other question, though. Is it possible to make the employees, eligible employees of the Sheriff's Department a priority? Is that possible?
It's not, since it's, once the application come in and they be randomly selected, there's no way for us to make them a priority. But part of the original resolution did allow for us to develop a separate, distinct program for the sheriffs, for the Rice Street location, that which we're still trying to work through with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, well, let's do that. I think that'd be important. All right, on that, so we need an amendment to allow for eligible dependents with special needs. Would that be the amendment?
If you want to, I can read it, and if you want to adopt it. And legal, please let me know if I get it wrong. What we would ask you, commissioners, is to accept the Chief HR Officer's recommendation to amend Resolution 25-0314 to waive the 10-mile radius requirement for eligible employees who have eligible dependents with special needs attending childcare facilities, providing special need care if approved by the Chief HR Officer, and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution capturing this amendment.
All right, any objections to that amendment? None. All right, if there are no objections, we will accept that.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, did you have a? Okay. All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington has voted yes.
Thank you, commissioners.
And the motion passes unanimously with Vice Chair Ellis.
Madam Clerk.
250566, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the August 6, 2025 budget soundings and resolution.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that's before the board today is a modification to the annual hardware and software maintenance list. It's for an increase in the Risk Connect software that's used by the county's risk management unit in the finance department, an increase of $25,000. No additional funding is necessary. This is just an increase to spending authority.
Any questions? Let's vote. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington votes yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 8, 250567, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the rate for the public's use of county-owned electric vehicle charging stations.
Is there a motion? A motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington votes yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250568, Information Technology, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $450,000 to provide testing resources for the CGI AMS 4X cloud upgrade.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 250569, Public Works, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $1,451,000 to provide services associated with the program development, implementation, management necessary to meet the requirements of the lead copper rule revision.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Arrington.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250533, request approval to correct agenda item 250106 to correct the not to exceed amounts for years 1 through 5 for the Atlanta Fulton County Water Resources Commission contract.
All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Thorne?
I just had some questions, David. I don't know if you could answer. So in this contract, they didn't include their profit when they bid on the project. Is that correct?
Yes, David Clark, Director of Public Works. The instructions as part of the RFP, which was very unique for Fulton County.
You said very unique?
Very unique. Normally, profit is included in the cost proposal, but in this case, they were given direction not to include it, and it would be negotiated after the award.
Okay, so they could have said 20% profit and, then we're stuck with a 20% profit on that contract?
No, it was a negotiation process. They did not ask, they did ask for a higher percentage rate. We worked it down to the 9.8, I think, is the final number.
So there are two people who bid on this contract. Did both bidders not include their profit?
No way. We understand that Jacobs, who the other bidder, did include profit in their overall costs. But when you look at their bid plus the revised bid from Veolia, Veolia still is the cheaper one with their profit included.
Okay. Yeah, and moving forward with that process, is it going to be so abnormal, or in the future, will we go ahead and have them include their profit?
I'll let Felicia answer that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Felicia Strom-Whitaker. As you all realize, this is not a Fulton County contract. This is through the Atlanta Water Resource Commission, and we were the conduit for the purchasing. We were the lead procurement agency. So it is a joint venture between the Atlanta Water Resource Commission, who provides us with the specifications, Fulton County, and the City of Atlanta. So in the future, we will advise them if we get to do the procurement again in the next 10 or 20 years. But for now, this is how the Atlanta Water Resources Commission, Kathy Cruz, who is the general manager, had the specifications in the RFP.
Yeah, as somebody who's on the board, it would be good for the board to be aware of the contract as well.
We need to talk about it. I don't recall
that
that ever, the three of us are on there. I don't recall discussing it. I understand, Madam Purchasing Director, but anyway.
But it won't be in for another 10 or 20 years?
Potentially, yes.
Correct.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Is this the item, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the item that, for the lack of a better word, is done like it goes in front of one group, then it goes in front of another, or something like that, Mr. Clark? You can. I'm trying to remember, but I think part of the reason it was left out was it was going in front of, was it going in front of two different groups of people?
Yeah, the way that things work for the Atlanta Fulton County Water Resource Commission is Fulton County acts on it, then the City of Atlanta acts on it, and then the commission, who's made up of representatives both from the city and the county, as well as a citizen member, they finalize it.
Exactly. So that was my understanding, that it was accidentally left off, but it was actually didn't left off at a stage where it was supposed to be on there, or was it? I guess it went through the other two, but when it got to one, it was missing. Was it something? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember my notes on it. I don't have it in front of me.
I know the full Water Resource Commission Board has not acted on this yet, but Felicia, do you know if the City of Atlanta has acted on it?
The City of Atlanta acted on this new one, or the old one? The initial one?
The initial one.
The initial one, yes, the City of Atlanta approved it. It was approved by all bodies, which is why when the contract went from, when we forwarded the contract after it was approved by Fulton County, the City of Atlanta, and all parties, it went to the contractor to execute. That's when the contractor came back and said, our profit was not included in the annual cost. And if you notice, there's $1 million difference between the Veolia cost and the other costs. So there was something going on there, but it was not, we were not made aware of it until the contract went out to the contractor.
Okay, yeah, that's what I remember.
Yes.
Okay, because I remember the conversation was what you said. It went in front of all the bodies.
Yes, it
And
did.
it was agreed, but it was that part that was left out. So that was not, I don't believe that was bearing. It didn't make a difference, did it? It was supposed to be on there, but it would not have been, it would not have impacted because the other one was still
Higher.
higher.
Yes.
Okay, that's what okay, so yeah, that's what I thought this was the one.
It did not
So that's
change
why I
the-
didn't have a problem with it because, for the lack of a better word, Mr. Clark, it sounded like it was just a formality that was looked over, but it wasn't one that was contract impacting.
Right.
If that's the correct terminology.
The top ranked proponent remained the top
Okay,
ranked proponent.
all righty, all right.
All right, the motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 250570, request approval of guaranteed maximum price in an amount not to exceed $20,332,906 to perform all final design and construction activities associated with the installation of the new pump station and main pump lines to serve South Fulton County.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. I've never heard of this company, I'm sure. It's a $20 million, I'm sure they're a fine firm, I just never heard of them.
Yeah, Soul Construction has been working on all our wastewater systems for the better part of the last decade. This is by far probably the largest
Yeah.
project they've done. They have done several projects in the several.
But nothing of this size, though, that I'm aware of.
Correct.
Just curious, okay.
Yeah, they've been working with us for several years.
All right, motion is to approve, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Commissioner Arrington votes yes. Next item.
And the motion passes unanimously. 250571, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Fulton County and the City of Roswell for water main betterments and relocations associated with the road improvements to Woodstock Road in an estimated amount of $1,223,520.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open.
Yes.
Yes for Arrington.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250572, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Fulton County and the City of Milton for water main relocations associated with the Birmingham Road Culvert Bridge Replacement Project in the estimated amount of $206,400.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Arrington, yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 250573, request approval of resolution adopting the 2045 Comprehensive Plan for Unincorporated Fulton County and authorizing the transmittal of the plan to the Atlanta Regional Commission and Georgia Department of Community Affairs.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Yes for Commissioner Arrington.
And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 250574, request approval of resolution urging the release of Israeli hostages and an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Israel and Gaza for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, colleagues, I hope you all will support this. Certainly a motion to approve by me. The need for humanitarian aid is readily apparent, and certainly the hostages need to be returned. So I hope that you all will approve this resolution.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, with all due respect to my colleagues, I will not be able to support this. I do believe that we had something not quite similar to this. We're urging the release of Israeli hostages and immediate and permanent ceasefire in Israel and Gaza and for other purposes. But we do have individuals that are dying of a famine there. And for that, I just will not be able to support it. I did have individuals that reached out and felt like this body was not being fair in speaking to the Israeli hostages, but not speaking to the famine of those that are in Gaza that have, and we've seen it on the news, President Trump has talked about it. And so I just want to go on record saying that I cannot support this, and that's the reason why I cannot support it.
So this resolution calls for immediate humanitarian aid in Gaza. That is the main reason for this resolution. The humanity. Now they may have captioned it a different way, but the main purpose for me introducing this was to provide immediate humanitarian aid to the residents of Gaza, also for the release of the hostages and immediate end to the war. But absolutely, humanitarian aid in Gaza is needed, and that was the impetus for me even drafting this resolution.
All right, any other comments? Commissioner Thorne?
So if we approve this resolution, where does it go? What does it do?
Well, I don't know where it goes. We could, talk about it and send it wherever we want to. We could send it to the president. We could send it to Congress, the Senate. But to see the famine that is occurring in Gaza and to not speak out or say something makes me almost feel complicit in it. As an elected official, I believe, particularly, we're here in Atlanta, Georgia, in Fulton County, the home of Dr. Martin Luther King. And for us to see people starving like that, to see a whole country displaced and starving like that, and to not speak up and say anything or do anything is horrific. And so I hope that we will adopt this resolution and we can send it wherever you want to.
I don't know if I'm a particular, expert in this because it's such a multifaceted thing. Like the Arab League of Nations, from my research, came out and condemned the October 7th massacre and demanded that Hamas disarm and relinquish control of Gaza in the call for peace, which, if that's what it takes for peace, I'm totally on board. Anything to get the killing to stop on both sides over there, and the innocent Palestinian people that are being starved to death, and the hostages that are there being starved to death as well. So, but I don't know if I don't know if this is what it does. That's my purpose. I don't know if this is in my realm as a county commissioner.
Okay, any other comments? The motion on the floor is to adopt. Let's vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I certainly appreciate the sentiment of getting aid to Gaza and, having the hostages returned and peace and, a ceasefire and all of that. I sort of agree that it's, this is not the purview of this body. I mean, we're not foreign policy people. We're county commissioners. But I see both sides of it in that we do have the platform, and this, Commissioner Arrington's chose to put this up and use that platform. I also sort of agree when we've done urging resolutions. I believe you did one years ago, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, about the Voting Rights Act, and we generally say where they're going to be delivered, to encourage a particular piece of legislation or something like that. So, is this exactly how I would have written it? No, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
Any other comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes.
Arrington, yes.
And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 abstentions.
Next item.
250575, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Division 2, Section 101-68, decorum of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and I will second it. Questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is
Question,
open.
what is the purpose? Oh, wait, I have a question.
Commissioner Arrington has
What
the
is the purpose? What is the purpose for the increase?
to serve as a
Y'all
deterrent.
just, well, y'all just assessed the first one ever at the last meetings. So why is there a need to increase it?
The future deterrence. Commissioner Barrett?
So the existing amount was not already a deterrent?
I don't think so. Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think Commissioner Arrington is correct that we just recently approved the amounts that are there. I think this is the first time this last time was the first time someone actually was fined in this, under the plan as it stands right now. And I do think these fines are excessive for the offense. So I can't support it.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
On page 10.
I voted nay. I voted nay as well. I
Two.
voted nay as well.
5 yeas, 2 nays with Commissioner Arrington. On page 10, Commissioners' full board appointments. 250576, Hospital Authority of Fulton County, North Side. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County reappointed the following appointees for terms ending April 1st, 2029. Dr. Lawrence Stone, Mark Sweeney, and Dr. Alvin Sermons.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
Just a question, just a point of order. Is this for a vote or just a spreading on the minutes?
It's spread on the minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we not include that in consent agenda going forward if it's just a spread on the minutes?
So noted, it can be.
Okay. Just spread on the minutes. You don't have to vote. Strike that. Continue.
250577, Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Region Advisory Council. Commissioner Thorne has nominated Kathy Murphy for a full board reappointment to a term ending August 1st, 2028.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Right, 1 second before you move on. For those of you who have vacancies on the Veterans Commission, I think that's the correct name, please fill those because we have another meeting of that group in a couple of weeks. So we need to have full attendance. They've had trouble getting a quorum, but we did have a quorum at a special session last week. Continue.
Page 11, 250578, discussion, utilization of outside counsel for commercial property assessment appeals, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Where is this? Which one is it? Okay, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. You've heard.
What do we,
I'm sorry.
what, I mean, I guess it's just, there's no vote here, right? It's just discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any discussion?
I mean, what are we discussing? I don't even know who brought this up.
As this says discussion.
Whose discussion item is this?
I'm not sure why it reads discussion. Mine. I didn't even see my name on it. Well, I'm not sure there's anything to discuss. I've talked about it with the, as a result of the comments that we heard from the public regarding the appraisal, Board of Assessors, rather, and how there's a feeling that we are outgunned, if you will, when we go through the appeals process with respect to assessments, and therefore, I thought that it would make some sense if that were true, and it appears to be true, that if we were to engage strong outside counsel, that would begin to address, and it came up today, if you're listening to the comments that were made by many of the people from the public, this item was discussed. So I think that this will help us in the appeals process, particularly as it relates to when we get to the Superior Court. I've spoken about it with the county attorney. And Madam County Attorney, do you want to chime in? You don't have to.
I stand ready to execute the will of the board on this topic.
Pardon me?
Said, our department will execute the will of the board on this topic. If you want us to use outside counsel, we will.
Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis?
I mean, so what direction do you need? I mean,
I
or
was
do you
not
need
seeking
any-
direction. I think the chairman has posited the idea that the board will direct my office to utilize outside counsel for commercial appeals. And if that is the will of the board, then we will do so.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Shouldn't this be a topic for executive session? It sounds like the county attorney needs to give us some advice on this, and I don't know that this public forum is the proper place for that.
Madam County Attorney?
I'm not sure what advice is being solicited, but it's up to the board. You have the discretion to select or elect to use outside counsel.
Who else? Vice Chair?
I mean, I think in terms of like how we're approaching these things, it should be considered in terms of, is that going to get us more likely a better outcome and also a better utilization of, your resources within the county attorney's office, so that you employ outside counsel here and, redirect your staff to be able to do other things that are needed. And is that an appropriate offset? And if so, can you just execute that on your own, or do you need any further direction from us?
Outside counsel is engaged with my recommendation, but by approval by the board, and I think that's why the chairman has brought that to the board's attention.
What's he saying?
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm back to my point of order, because there's any time that's done in executive session.
Well, this is a generic, as opposed to an individual case, so I
Okay,
think it's just more
let's
of a
do this.
matter
I
of
think the
feeling.
public was very clear about this. Let's take it up in executive session. We have a special meeting coming up. We add this to the agenda at the special meeting on next Wednesday, 10 o'clock. No problem.
So noted.
Thank you. Any other items today? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
we have an
Commissioner
add-on
Barrett.
item.
Do you want to be heard?
Oh.
Okay.
You want to sound it? Or?
Okay. Add-on item 250580, discussion, process for appointment of members of the Fulton County Board of Registration Elections in light of recent court order, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
So in light of an executive session and a majority of the board to let the judicial process play out, I'm just going to remove this item.
Okay. You want to be heard? All right. Anything else today? Any other items to come before us?
No further items, Mr.
All right, no
Chairman.
further items to come before us today, but as a reminder, next Wednesday at 10 a.m., there'll be a special executive session, 10 a.m. No further items to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, Or, if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.